Hello, everybody. I'm finally back working on this some more. This was a project that I started months ago and only got one character done. And then two of last week days, we spent going through doing every other character. But we have Batman remaining, and we have the ending group shot into the logo camera twist and all that stuff. We'll probably only be doing Batman today since I expect that ending part to take a while, and Batman himself might take a while. We found out the hard way that Wonder Woman was going to take longer than expected because of the lasso animation that I needed to do. But what I'm doing right now in the background is I'm rendering through what we have so far in After Effects just so I can play it for you guys a couple of times to show what's already there in case you've not seen it before or you want to catch it again before we move on. I updated Wonder Woman very slightly to make the cloud in the background a little bit more noticeable so that the background is a little bit more interesting. But other than that, it is untouched from the last time that we were doing this. So, hi. So big and powerful, yeah, I guess. It's nap time. It is nap time, just in time for for this stream. Game developer working on a game loosely based on Superman. That's cool. Hey, Nick Sorensen, everybody that's in here from before. Good to see people back. Yeah, the bat ears, thanks. I'm getting more and more used to them as time goes on. I talked before about how these were custom-made Etsy purchases that at first I was like, oh my god, these are way longer than I needed them to be, but it's my fault because I sent them the Justice League Batman model sheet to be like, make them like this. And they're not actually as long as Batman's Justice League ears. If I had done that, they would be even like more gratuitous if they'd actually made them that long. So the longer I wear them on these streams and stuff, the easier it becomes. I'm going to go ahead and flip over to the screen just so you guys can kind of see as it's developed, as it's rendering through everything. I'm going to make sure that I have the Stream Labels program open just in case there are any super chats or subscriber updates or anything that those will pop up. Cool. Let me put that on the other screen so you don't need to see that. Hi, Trace Baker. How's it going? Hopefully, so once this gets through its render here, I'll play a couple times what we have so far, and then we'll kind of analyze the Batman segment to see what all needs to be done and kind of go from there. I have a loose idea of what I'm going to do for the bat signal, but I'm not 100% positive yet. You'll be kind of experimenting along with me, along for the ride of figuring out exactly how we're going to do that part. Because there's some interesting lighting effects and some 3D-ness to that shot that I'm going to have to translate into the same, ways we've been doing everything else. Ears are too long, and I miss the cape, but not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. That line will forever be strange, considering Justice League and all. Okay, looks like this has made its way through, so I'll go ahead and mute the desktop audio, or mute the background music, turn on the desktop audio. I'll play for you guys a couple times what we have so far. This is everything except for Batman at the very beginning and the logo group shot at the very end. I have completely done them. This is with music by Adam Mullen, our composer, and the drawings of the characters, just the line art, is by Marcelo Milikai, who is an artist on our Legacies of the DCAU webcomic. If you haven't read that, it's at legacesdcau.com. It's a continuation of Justice League Unlimited. We've got 11 issues out, 12 issues, 11 issues, something like that. Yeah, this is what it is so far. I'll just give you guys a little peek, and then we'll What was it? Which button was it? Yeah, it was this one. So here we go. So that's what we have so far. I'll play it at least one more time for you. People that haven't joined us here before, this is not... So this is a remake of the official DC Films intro that plays before every DC Comics movie that you've seen for the last several years. I think it started with Wonder Woman, 2017 Wonder Woman release. It might have been on Suicide Squad, but I don't think so. I think Wonder Woman was the first one to have it. But either way, yeah, I'll play that again. So this is our remake of that with the DCAU versions of the characters, and replacements for Aquaman is now Hawkgirl in this, and Cyborg is J'onn J'onzz. Everyone else is just their counterparts. I'll play it again for you. Okay, so we still have Batman to do at the end, or at the beginning, and the whole logo shenanigans at the end. The plan today is just to at least get through Batman. That's probably all we'll do today, because I can already tell there's a lot of moving parts to this, a lot of camera work, a lot of lighting, lens flare-y situations, and animating this battering transition, all that kind of stuff. And then the ending here, we've got this, it starts here on this white cut to this blast of energy that then transitions into revealing this giant group shot, which I do have all of the character images ready to go for that, or like 99% ready to go. And then we have to also create the Watchtower Database logo that will go at the end here. But yeah, like I said, today we're probably only going to be getting to Batman. Chester had a really big chin. Yeah, looks normal to me. Everybody has a really big chin in these shows. But anyway, so yeah, let's kind of get going on this. Thank you, Master of Lemons. You can thank Marcelo Milikai for that. We decided as a group on the chat last Sunday or Monday that these are Justice League Season 2 versions of the characters, all except for J'onn J'onzz is on the Justice League Unlimited Watchtower here. But, you know, we have Green Lantern has his Justice League haircut, Hawkgirl's in her. She's Hawkgirl in this. And then one little thing is that Superman does have scleras, the whites of his eyes. So maybe he's the Static Shock version of Superman, or the Justice League Infinity version of Superman. All in all, it's just kind of one of those, like, this is a celebration of the characters. This isn't actually taking place in any sort of continuity. Flash has lightning, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. Just cool looking shots. So, yeah, let's get to Batman. So what's happening here is we have... It starts off on a blank screen, black screen, and we have the camera pulling out of this bat signal as it kind of like charges up, like flickers on, and then it turns on bright. We pull out, there's Batman, and he's throwing a batarang, and then the camera moves as the batarang. In the original, let me just turn only that on. The batarang acts as the transition into the Superman scene, so it wipes across the screen from bottom left, starts revealing Superman. And honestly, it's like not a perfect cut either. Like, you can see bottom left, the battering is not covering up the whole screen, and then Superman just kind of starts appearing as soon as the battering goes by. So it'll all go by so fast. I don't expect that to be a problem. Superman section I purposely had start, you know, right here at the frame where Superman first comes in there. So that'll be helpful for our transition. Superman looks at the Fleischer version of Superman a little bit, I guess. Didn't have the cheekbone line sue me. Yeah, hi Marcelo. Marcelo is here. Hello. Honestly, looks good with them. Yeah, I think like particularly the way that these are laid out. The original, everyone is in like super dark silhouette. You can't see their eyes at all, except for Batman, of course, because Batman eyes. And Cyborg has his glowy eye, but other than that, you know, glowy eye people get glowy eyes, but everyone else's eyes are covered. I didn't want them to be quite that dark, like hidden in the silhouette as much. Like, I want you to definitely be able to tell the difference between this version and the original version. So I kind of like that Superman has the whites of his eyes. Let's just make sure he gets the battering design right. I'm 99% confident that Marcelo drew the correct battering, so I'm good with that. Let's make sure, what are your thoughts on Kyle Rayner appearing in S-TAS only for Jon Stewart being the focus of Justice League? I, for one, love the S-TAS Rayner-Jordan amalgamation. I don't... When I was a kid and Jon Stewart showed up, I was very confused. But I also was not... I knew enough. I hadn't watched Superman the Animated Series all the way through as a kid. I had only seen a smattering of episodes here and there on TV, so I wasn't like big into, what? But Kyle Rayner, oh my god. I just kind of read on the website that Kyle Rayner was Green Lantern in this universe, and so it was a little bit weird, but Jon Stewart was a great decision, much more interesting character. Like stories I think they could have told. That's a screaming baby. His mom will help him. I'm totally cool with what they did. Loving the Batwagon podcast. Thank you, Adam. I hope that if you're caught up, cool. If not, that's also cool. My wife is not caught up yet. We listen to them on road trips, and she's like 20 episodes behind, but it's very fun, and I'm having a good time. One of the most unrealistic things I find in DC Comics is that Bruce Wayne can run a successful business and be Batman. When does the man sleep? I don't know. Never. Sleep when he's dead. James reminds me of Neil Strauss. I don't know who that is. I'll take it as a compliment. Phil Lamar is cool. That's very true. I have met him, and he is a very nice man. Okay, so first thing I think we're going to do is bring in the Batman. I'm going to move you back to this screen real quick, as I do every time I import a new character artwork, because often my folder setup gives away potential spoilers for the story finale. This is what this is for. In case I didn't mention that yet on this stream, I don't think I did. This will be part of the intro to the story finale. The story finale is essentially a movie, and this is going to be a more big cinematic Watchtower database intro, the most that you've ever seen. That's what we're doing. So let's see. I have DC Films intro and Batman. Okay, now I can bring us back. Composition, yes. Alrighty. So here's our Batman by Marcelo. Pretty dang sure that's the right battering. Let's compare it to some batterings. DCAU battering. Here's what we're working off of. Yeah, that's pretty close. That's close enough for me. That'll work. What do you think of the Wonder Woman game announcement? It looks cool, but there's not enough information in the trailer for me to really have an opinion about it yet. It looks very nice. Could very well just be cinematics for the trailer and that aren't representative of the graphics of the game, so who knows? But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to playing it, hopefully here on the channel. Part of the reason why we started doing these streams in the first place was they were the announcements of the Gotham Knights video game and the Suicide Squad Kills of the Justice League game, and now the Wonder Woman game, or not now, but a little bit later. And we were like, yep, we will all get PlayStation 5s and we will all play that on stream, all those games. And PlayStation 5s, very difficult to get a hold of because of part shortages and all that good COVID-y stuff. And they're also really expensive, and none of us have a lot of money. So it's going to be interesting. And also those games keep getting delayed, all this stuff. Hopefully one day we will be playing those. I really like the idea of the Nemesis systems learning AI. I'm not sure what that is, but if you like it, then that's good. Okay, so the battering, I'm going to go ahead and, I guess, yeah, it's already its own separate layer, but we can pre-compose these into Batman animation, and then we will change this to the correct composition size. I'll bring in our thing here, and it luckily, I believe we should just be right here at the start with Batman. Yeah, music starts there at the start. Okay, cool. So his is going to be almost twice as long as any other character's moment. So let's change this. Let's just try 12 seconds and see how long that gets us. If that gets us all the way to the end of his segment. So we need to go all the way through the battering, getting past the screen here. Give it a couple extra frames. Okay, cool. So that's where we need to be. So how long is this? 7 seconds, 25 frames. So I need to go into the battering, make sure that this is 7 seconds, 25 frames. And then drag everything to the end so it fills the whole space. And same thing. Oh, God, I got to do that to multiple. 7 seconds, 25 frames. But I can't do that till I do that to this first. 7 seconds, 25 frames. Select all. Bring them to the end. Look at this Batman head. So good. Bring that to the end. Cape. 7 seconds, 25 frames. Grab all of these, bring them to the end. Look at that cape. So good. So pretty. James, are you and Maddie going to back up Jay in his upcoming fight? Never. Get to the Zeta part. Yeah. Superman Red Sun is, in my opinion, the best evil Superman story. Unless you're watching the movie. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if Jake Johnson's here, he'll back me up that evil Superman stories are overdone and only good sometimes. Oh, what just happened? Oh, weird. 7 seconds, 25 frames. There we go. Justice Lord's Superman takes the cake for me. Why did I hear that in 7 seconds, 25 frames? I don't believe in 7 seconds, 25 frames. Again, changing all of this. Every layer has to be changed separately, unless there is some sort of quicker way to do this that I'm not aware of, but I have never learned what it is. I have done this so many different times. There's a lot of things about After Effects that are irritating and that potentially could be solved by me ever just looking up a quicker way to do a thing. I do that a lot where I will figure it out, but there are times like this where I know how to do it the slow way. I'll just do it, and then I'll get back to the much more interesting thing. Okay, so I've soloed the layer that is just playing the original animation that goes all the way through the battering, flying past the screen to reveal Superman. If I turn that off, we just have this static nothing. Batman's just still animation the whole time. I'm going to turn off the battering for now because we will get to that later. I'm going to make Batman 3D layer. I will make a camera. Nope, not a null object. I will make a camera. What I love about Red Sun Superman is that he still believes what he's doing is right despite the horrible things he ends up doing. That's true. It is a pretty cool take on it. I did like the movie. I read the comic right before the movie. You can watch my Red Sun review on the channel. Yeah. We don't have a Skillshare sponsorship. Everybody else does. Why not us? What's wrong with us? Okay, so I'm leaving Batman the size that he is because this is the full size of the art. So if I make it any bigger, it'll start getting a little pixelated, but it'll be okay because the camera needs to move past him. So what we're going to do is I'm going to try to line up the movement of the camera with where Batman is in the shot. So we don't see Batman until here. Yep, that's his cape. Okay, so this is the start. We'll play around with the keyframes, but this is where we start seeing Batman. He goes from like head is bottom left up to the main pose, and then the camera turns so that the battering can fly. Okay, so right here we want the camera to be a lot closer to Batman, and Batman needs to be down in the bottom left. I think even closer to Batman. Oh boy. Don't start to get distorted though. Is that really? That can't be, right? I guess, yeah, it's that late. Look how far we're past the halfway point of this segment before Batman even shows up. We just need to, we're focusing on the bat signal for so long. Yeah, I actually agree. Raycon's not so good. Okay, I should say, I have never personally owned a pair of Raycons. If you have them and you like them, then cool. I have just heard nothing but bad things about their quality from other YouTubers and other friends and stuff, and I think that they're probably a pretty decent pair of headphones, but there are better earbuds than them. Like, I have a pair of Skull Candy earbuds, wireless earbuds, that I really like. They were a Christmas gift, and I use them going on walks and doing yard work and all that stuff, like, all the time. And I have zero complaints. Whereas I see Raycon being advertised on like every channel ever, except ours. And even though, like, I say all of this, and then someday they'll be like, yeah, you guys are big enough now. You want to advertise Raycon? And I'd probably do it because money. But I'm probably just going to try to avoid being like, these are the best headphones on the market. I don't want to lie. So, yeah. Superman, Red Sun, and Justice League Gods and Monsters both have a notably Tim-esque art style. Yes. I would definitely count them in my DCAU multiverse just because of that. Never sign up for their text message service. They'll never leave you alone. I believe it, yeah. But okay. This camera, I'm just trying to move the camera around here to get Batman off the screen. And this way. Okay, off the screen entirely. Okay. So I know his cape starts there, but that's because the original animation here, like we swing over the top of the cape in 3D space before his head starts appearing. I think I'd rather just see slightly more Batman, and we will just deal with the fact that he's not in 3D, because none of this has been in 3D. It's just been the illusion of 3D. Where'd you get these headphones? They look really cool. These are just a normal pair. Well, I say normal. They're a pair of Bose studio headphones with different whatever you call this, cups, ear cups or whatever, that I bought because they looked cooler than the just normal black ones. These are from Etsy. It was a site that had devil horns, and I asked them if they could do a custom build, a 3D model, whatever, 3D print of Batman ears, and they did it for me. Hi, champion. Okay, so I'm going to keyframe the camera, move forward to here. That's where the camera starts moving again. So let me turn... Oh, the Batman animation is already on. So I'll just back the camera away so that Batman comes into frame here, make him the right size. Then we'll shift him up here in a second as well. That looks pretty close. Not going to be perfect, but it is what it is. Now, does the camera twist or... Okay, yes, the camera does twist. Okay, that's good. Not that way, though. I think it's this one. Yes. Move Batman down a little bit. Over a little bit. Just get him in the right spot here. I guess I'll back out just a little more. I think we're going to pull the same trick we did with Green Lantern, where I make his arm like really huge at the start so that it feels like the camera has some parallax to it. Parallax, DC Comics. Bleh. Okay, so... He's not quite moving in the same... speed. But... Okay, I think what needs to happen here is a velocity change. Let me get the key for... So, definitely starting here and ending here, and we'll mess with the in-betweens here in a second. This animation is for redoing the DC Films intro for the Watchtower Database story finale. Okay, so by the end here, Batman has moved basically to the top left. Just gonna say about that far. The battering will... I'm not lining him up for that frame. I'm lining him up for a few frames later, so that hopefully by that, yeah, he's doing pretty okay. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna experiment a little bit with the keyframes here. Oh, Payne Pittman. Hello, thank you. Did you see my someday video? Yes, I did. Very good. I as soon as you sent that to me, I was playing that song on loop, imagining a trailer for the story finale with that song, and I very well may incorporate that into something. Okay, so I think part of the issue is that Batman needs to... Batman needs to be, like, way closer to the camera here at the start. But it's really hard to tell, like, what's going on here with the 3D-ness of it all. Yeah, that was worse. I don't know. Okay, so when we did this before, I highlighted all of them. Oops, not that. Just these. Yeah, see, that's not what I want. He just needs to move faster past the camera at the start. We'll keep playing around with it in a second. For watching the entire DCAU, do you think people should start with the Tim Burton Batman films? They provide the feel of the animated series and origins of certain characters like Joker and Penguin. If it wasn't you, someone else asked this on a previous stream, and I mean, they are definitely not like necessary. If you are someone who is hesitant about watching Batman, or you're trying to get someone to watch Batman the Animated Series, and they're like, I don't know if I'll like that, but they've seen Batman 89 or Batman Returns or whatever, then maybe that's helpful to be like, it's like this. But it really doesn't stay like that for very long. Nice of them to see Jon Stewart his own animated movie. Yeah, I need to see that. It sounds like everyone really likes it. I want to see it, but being a 30-year child adulting. I'm waiting for HBO Max. Yeah. We were supposed to get a press copy of it, but that never arrived. That happens sometimes. It gets lost in translation, but if we don't have it by this coming week, I will probably just buy it myself. Although Jake, didn't you give us a code? I can watch it whenever. I might still just buy it because, like, for the to have it, to own it. Okay. Anyway, back to this. I am really not loving the way that Batman enters. So I'm realizing that the camera like really starts pulling back with velocity. Like it's here, it's pretty much almost still. It's pulling back slightly as the lights turn on, but it pulls back a lot faster right there, and that's where Batman comes in. So I'm going to delete that. I'm gonna go to the front view, and I'm just going to move the camera up, which should do the same thing. Yes. Okay. Getting into some oh god, some tougher stuff here with this one. Okay, so I don't see Batman at all. Comes in there, but he needs to be farther from the camera. So here at the start, so our Batman layer is this right here, this tan line, and our camera is this triangle. What it sees here is at the end. So I'm gonna just move it like way farther away from Batman at the start and see how that now lines up. Batman starts coming in. That's better. I think I could push it even farther. And then also probably down a little bit. Okay, back to our camera view here. Batman is still... He's just so... Like, he's coming in at the right time, but he needs to be way closer to the camera is the thing, the problem. So I guess I just need to keep pushing that further. Finally caught Mewtwo. Awesome. I got a Mewtwo the other day as well. I feel early B-tests made the censorship work way better than actually showing deaths. Yes, I agree. The imagination gives way too many mental images, and I like it was too gruesome for words and sight. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about stuff like Robin's Reckoning, stuff like that, all very good. Things where they had to make choices. Okay, this is getting closer. I think it still could be pushed a little more. I'm also going to... I don't know. I feel like... Okay, first, let me get the distance. The camera needs to be way farther away from Batman than I expect at the start here. Just gonna keep going, see what that looks like. Okay, so now he's maybe too far to the side and too far down. So our front view, a little more this way and a little more this way. See what that looks like. He still could be a little farther, maybe just a little bit, and then front view again. I'll move him a little bit closer to the camera. See what this looks like. It's all just trial and error to get this camera movement right, and then we can move on to the next stage. That's looking pretty okay. Like I'm kind of okay with that. I think it still needs to be a little bit closer to him from like up and down wise. Check this out. Okay, we're getting very close here. So I think what needs to happen first of all is the orientation needs to be a little more turned. And then again, we'll bring it a little bit closer to Batman. See what this looks like. Interesting. Something about the turning it wasn't exactly what I thought. It looks like maybe I actually need to get the camera closer to Batman on the distance-wise now that it's now that I've twisted and turned it a bunch of different times. Yes, this is for the story finale, like cinematic movie version of the Watchtower database intro. Oh, I like how the camera swoops past his ear like that. It's weird how, like, in the original, his, like, if you watch the bat signal rotation, like, it stays about the same here at the start, and then when the camera starts pulling back, the camera's, like, rotating to the side also. The bat signal, like, rotates almost more than Batman. Or, what I think is happening is Batman's head is moving. I think his body is rotating pretty close to what we've got here, but his head is moving differently than the rest of his body. Which, luckily, Marcelo separated the head. So we should be able to rotate the head over the course of the animation. So Batman himself is locked off inside of this layer here, so we can do anything to his body and it won't affect the I'm sorry about that. It won't affect the rest of the camera motion and stuff like that. So I think I'm basically just going to let me move the anchor point to where his neck would be here. And then I'm going to keyframe the rotation. And by the time we get to here where the camera starts moving off is where I'll have his head stop. Will it canon for Superman 64? We will definitely be doing a video on Superman 64 someday. Might not be a will it canon, but we will be talking about it. Is the DCAU Batman your favorite version of Batman? Absolutely, yes. Hello, Polka Dot. Welcome, welcome. If you have a disk drive, I highly recommend Anime Studio for animation with adding bone structure and such. Haven't used it in 10 years, but I remember being very robust and importing images helps. Yeah, I know After Effects is not necessarily the best program to be doing what I'm doing in, but I just know it. I've been using it since 2007. It is my bread and butter, despite lately it being a piece of work. It really needs an update, like a from the ground up kind of update. But okay, so I think that's pretty good. Like, on one hand, his head, like, he's not lining up 100%. Like, he should be a little bit more to the left here at the start. But I like the way his ear, like, past the camera. Maybe I will move him just slightly because it might look like he is coming through the camera instead of next to it. Let's see if that made it a little bit better. Oh, why did he move the other way? Oh, okay, because, yeah, I'm silly. Opposite. You want to move the camera the opposite direction that I want him to move. So I need it to be more this way. Whoops, not right there. At the start. There we go. More this way. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Teeny tiny version here. Okay, yeah, that's good. Coming through that gap in the cape there. Rotates away. We'll have that batarang flying. I'll have his arm rotating, all this stuff. Okay. And I think I will also, instead of his head being at the default spot at the start, I'll have it a little bit back. Cool. I'm going to save that. It's looking good so far. Are you a vampire? Yes, of course. When you say he's your favorite version of Batman, are you including the mainstream comics in that? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't read a lot of comic books, but any Batman comics I have read in my time, it's never, I don't know. DCAU Batman is just the best. I'd say for most of it, DCAU is my favorite Batman, minus all the unnecessary weird drama stuff that started happening with new Batman adventures. Oh, just like team stuff. Yeah, I need to watch more Brave and the Bold Batman. I hear from a lot of people that it's like the greatest thing ever, and I know that I think my problem was that it came so close on the heels of the DCAU that I like didn't have interest in it at the time because it was like I was comparing it directly to the DCAU, and I'm like, this isn't Batman, that kind of stuff. But I have heard nothing but really good things. Okay, so let me see here. Something's not quite right about that. And it's not terrible. This is something like I'm kind of teaching myself camera motion here through this project. So the keyframes of like a smooth transition there are not, 100% what I want them to be, and I'm not exactly sure what the... See, that one is not good. That's no good. I don't want it to stop and keep going. Let's try... Auto Bezier. It's still a little too abrupt. Oops. Need to move that. Keep that one. Continuous Bezier. Bezier. I don't know. See, I don't know. I just don't like the way that it just kind of halts. Like, I wish that it just continued. I don't know. We may mess with that some more. Yes, Barry does not exist. I love how Redhead was handled, Brave and the Bold. Cool, that's good. I'm glad. I'll see that someday. How do you feel about Superman speeding bullets? That's one that I have not read yet, but I know the cover pretty well. It comes up a lot, and yeah, I don't know. On my sort of mental list of comics to read. Yeah, 500,000 more theories on the way. Great, my favorite. Anyway. Okay, so Batman, we need to do a few other things to Batman himself. And by the way, you'll notice when the camera is super up close like this, we're having a lot of pixelation in the cape here. Like, this is at 100%. You can see that there is some of that going on. If I zoom in even more, you can see more. But if we turn on the motion blur for Batman, immediately fixed. Because that's going to be moving so quickly you're not even going to see it. Like, he really flies past the camera there. Which is different from the original Batman, but that is okay with me. Because none of this has been like 100%. It's just mostly the idea is the same. And I pretty much just, I'm trying to get it as close as possible, but if I can't, you know, I can't always make it spot on. Like we talked about with the cape here, it does not work. In 3D space, there is no extra Batman cape. It's just there. I will go back into here. I'll add the, onto the cape, I will do our normal wave warp, which we did on Hawk Girls. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I don't want to do this. What is... Oh, cape back. That's what I want. Okay, so actually, I will apply that. I'll apply whatever I do to this the same way. We're going to angle this way instead of sideways this time. I'm going to make the width pretty big here. We had like almost 400 or something before, but we'll see what that looks like. Just a little bit of life to it, kind of flowing in the wind there. That might be too fast. I'm going to change this to 0.5. Speed, oops, 0.5. There we go. 0.5. Oh my gosh, what did I do? There. So that looks like. How many DCAU cast members have you met? In person, I have met Phil Lamar, Will Friedle. Are there any others? That might be it. If Maddie or Ted are in here and they're shouting, I'm going to shout some other name. But we've interviewed tons of other cast members for videos. Matthew Valencia, who voiced Tim Drake on New Batman Adventures. Susan Eisenberg, of course, who we've had on the channel several times. As beautiful lady, lovely person. She does a lot for us that, especially, like, we don't even ask sometimes for her to do stuff for us, and it'll just happen. She is a wonderful person. Wonderful. We have talked to... I'm trying to think of other actors, like cast members. I'm sure there's others. I'm sure. Go through our interviews playlist, and you'll see we've talked to a lot of directors and writers and stuff too. What if the second stripe on the JLU first episode was Barry? Second stripe. I don't know what that means. Are any characters you wish were given more focus in the DCAU, or were you satisfied with the ones they did? I would have liked to see more. I think Ted mentioned this in his stream the other day too. I would have liked to see more. Hello, Jared. It's Jim Jam. It's pronounced Jim Jam. Scarlowy, our one Australian listener. What was I just saying? You messed me up. Oh, don't want to pin it actually. I would have liked to see more Aztec, is what I was saying. It was Ken. Ted also had that thought. Aztec is cool. We didn't get to see enough of him. Wave Rider, I would have liked to see if they did another season, maybe an episode about why he's there. Because in the comics, he's there because he's come back from the future, where there's an evil warlord named Monarch that has taken over like everything, and he's sent back into the past to find. It is told that Monarch was a hero of the past, and so he's sent back in time to figure out who will become the Monarch and stop them before they do. And that's always been my theory on why he looks at Atom Smasher, gives kind of a dirty look to Atom Smasher in Initiation. Like he's kind of specking everyone. He's trying to figure out, like, can I get any hints off of people here? So I've always I would have liked to see more on that. But otherwise, yeah, I wouldn't change a thing. 2 stripes. Oh, I see. Stripes, though. No. For some reason, I was thinking Streak from Justice Guild. I was like, Stripe? I don't understand. Yes, that's correct. Barry Allen was in that suit. What's your favorite episode of BTAS? Robin's Reckoning. No question. That's the best episode. You can never change my mind. When we get to that episode on the podcast, definitely going to be changing the top 10 to reflect that. Yeah, actually, I've Got Batman in My Basement was more fun than I remembered it being. When we watched it for the podcast, I was like, here comes one of the worst episodes. And then it was a terrible episode, but it was really entertaining how bad it is. Like, it's got this, like, really goofiness to it, and there's a lot of questionable physics and stuff like that. So it made it fun. Okay, so we have our little wobbliness to the Batman cape and his head movement. Let's see what that looks like in motion. Sometimes we have to exaggerate the motions of these things to even be noticeable. I think we might have to here, but let's see. Yeah, it just looks still. It looks like nothing's happening. I mean, if I turn off the background, maybe it's easier to tell. No, it really needs some more. So, yeah, we have found that the animation of things tends to be less noticeable when we add in the camera motion. So I really have to, like, hyper exaggerate things that are going on. Move Batman's head down a little bit so that he's bringing his chin to his neck instead of just like this weird rotation. I'm gonna have to move the arm, but first I'm gonna do like 20 on the height, and I'm changing the parameters of our cape movement. I'll change the speed back to 1. So this is probably going to look like way too much here in this, but it might not be too much when we get back into the other thing. Which part of Robin's Reckoning, and why is it the first one? It is the first one. The first one has a lot more emotional weight to it. The second one is a lot more about, I'm going to finally get Tony Zuko. And then I have to learn a lesson. And it's not a bad episode, but pairing them together, I consider it just the best episode if it's one thing. But, you know, when we watch it for the podcast, it's going to be considered two different episodes. In which case, I'm going to have to make a choice. Can we pretend the Justice Guild or the Justice Society and that Music Guy was Music Meister? I mean, all of those are, I believe, you know, what they're originally based on. I don't know about Music Meister. I think that might have been an original character for Brave and the Bold. I might be wrong. But either way, they were all based on the Fiddler. That's what it was. The Fiddler, I think, was the character that he's based on. Okay, so the cape movement is a little bit more noticeable now with the camera motion and everything. Let's just watch it again. Get past that bat signal. Okay, yeah, definitely can tell more that the cape is moving. I think I really need to exaggerate that head movement. Like, it's gonna look very unnatural here, but because it's moving over the course of the entire thing, the camera doesn't actually start passing by Batman until right here, and so we only see that much head movement, so probably even more. He's really getting into this batarang throw. Let's see what that looks like. Do you have any thoughts on the Green Lantern CGI show? It honestly looks like it was trying to do for Hal Jordan what B-Test and S-Test did for Bats and Soups. I really liked it. I didn't get around to watching Green Lantern, the animated series, until like last year or earlier this year. But it's great. It was a little bit, there were some filler episodes that I kind of wish weren't as fillery. But, hello? Why aren't you playing? Why are you only playing to there? Keep going. But when it does its like story beats, really good stuff. The A plot kind of stuff. Do you have any thoughts? Oh, that was it. That was the question. Yeah. What's your favorite episode of BTS? Talked about that. Cool. What kind of music do I like? I like a lot of different kinds of music, which is to say not a great answer, but my go-to in like middle school, it's like, oh, I like every kind of music except country and rap. Nowadays, definitely not anti-rap. There is a lot of good hip-hop out there that I enjoy quite a lot. And my musical tastes have evolved since I was in 7th grade, believe it or not. Not my taste in fictional characters, clearly, but, you know. I really wish that this would be smoother. Don't know what that means. Maybe it just needs to also go back some or something. Like if I had another keyframe, it would help. I don't know. Okay, these both on auto bezier. Actually, that did kind of help. Well, let me see what that looks like in motion here. Ugh, God, no. Why? I hate the way that it, like, why is there not just a, like, be smooth button? I'll never understand. See, look how chunky that like it just stops and then goes. Why don't you just be? Why don't you do a thing? If anyone knows anything about this, I'm happy to learn. I want the camera to be a smooth camera motion. Clearly the guy that made the original knows how to do that. Want those to be linear. Have I played any of the Lego Batman games? I have played most of the first one years ago, and I don't really remember anything about it. Sorry. It was fun. The Lego games are fun in general. Do you have any thoughts on the design of Booster Gold in the Justice League animated TV show? He looks too plain. I mean, it's his classic costume. It's his... When we actually talked to Chris Jones, who's an artist on the Justice League Adventures, and he draws all the Young Justice comics for the show. And he was talking about how, because he had a canceled Justice League Adventures issue that got turned into a Justice League Unlimited issue. It had Booster Gold and Blue Beetle in it, and his Booster Gold was designed before the show's was, and it's almost identical in design. And he talked about that as an example of like some DC characters just have such classic, iconic designs that translate, like several different artists can translate them into the Bruce Timm style, and they will look the same or relatively the same. Same for like Plastic Man. He designed the Plastic Man action figure for the Justice League Unlimited line and did not.
I'm equipped with a built-in credit card.
Oh, hey, thank you so much. I'll get to that in just a second. Thank you, Dr. Walter Licious. Chris Jones designed Plastic Man for JLU for the action figure, and he told us he didn't reference Batman Adventures Volume 2 that had Eel O'Brien in it, and yet the face is almost exactly the same as from that comic. So it's just kind of one of those things where, like, yeah, like I said, these characters have such classic, iconic designs that they're going to be translated roughly the same no matter who does it. Same for Plastic Man's appearances in other DCAU-style stuff. He mostly just looks like that. Tim Levins took that design and turned it into a character sheet for the Capstone books, all of which are on this giant bookshelf behind me. Okay, Dr. Walter Licious, what would your pitch for a new BTAS movie be? Ooh, either based on a comic run or original. Oh gosh. I would love to see more of Batwoman, but since she got her own animated movie, doesn't have to be that way. But I've always wanted to see Batwoman integrate more with the Bat family in the DCAU instead of just being a one-off movie that never gets even mentioned or brought up again, or have her in the Justice League or something like that. Of course, I'd like to see a Near Apocalypse of '09 kind of deal, but at the same time, that's all like almost better not knowing what happened. Batman animated movie. New BTAS movie. I mean, if we're setting it in Batman the Animated Series time, more Riddler would have been good. There was a canceled... okay, I think I got it, actually. I would like to see what the canceled episode where Riddler comes out of his coma would be. Because at the end of What is Reality, he gets... put into a state of catatonia, as we learned in the official synopsis for that episode on our Jump on the Batwagon podcast. And then in Riddler's Reform, he's just back. There's no explanation how he got out of that coma, but because there was an episode that was a sequel to What is Reality that never got made that explains how he got out of the coma, and while he's in the coma, they're having to like use the Riddler's intellect to like solve another crime that's going on. He's like providing them help like through his headset and stuff. At least that's how I understand it. That would have been really cool to see. Other than that, I don't know. Each of the Batman like the DCAU Batman animated movies are kind of focused on one character that, like Mask of the Phantasm or Mystery of the Batwoman, or even with Floronic Man and Batman and Harley Quinn. These are characters that didn't appear in any other BTAS episode or whatever. So, like, maybe something with Azrael, even though they just did him in the Adventures Continue comic, or some sort of Jason Todd interpretation that's not the way they did it in Adventures Continue would be cool. I always thought it would be best as a Incrediboy situation where Jason Todd is just a kid that wants to be Robin, wants to take over as Dick Grayson, and Batman won't let him, or doesn't want him to, whatever, and then he ends up dying because Batman was being negligent, and he comes back as the Red Hood to be a bad guy. That would be cool to see. And maybe give him less of a motorcycle helmet Red Hood look and more of the classic big dome head Red Hood. That'd be kind of cool. But we've also gotten Batman Under the Red Hood already, which is a really good movie and might be seen as too derivative or whatever. Scrapped BTAS Nocturna episode. Yeah, that would be fun too. There's pretty much any of the scrapped episodes I would love to see, especially now when they probably wouldn't have as many. What am I trying to say? As many. Oh my God. Blanking on the word. Stuff they couldn't do. They could do all the bloody stuff. Cool. Okay. Thoughts on Pokemon? Yeah, it's great. Whatever. Watched it a ton as a kid. I have specific memories of being very confused why everyone in my class loved Pokemon so much when I didn't really care about it. And then eventually I became super, Pokemon super fan. So it is what it is. I haven't done anything Pokemon related besides playing Pokemon Go in a long time. So whatever. Something changed with Batman's positioning here. Oh God, of course. Okay. Oh God, sorry. I think it might have been the messing with these keyframes, but it's taking a lot of little tinkering to try to get this exactly right here. See if that goes through his head the way that I want it to. Nope. Oh my goodness. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. I can see what's happening here. Still need to move this a little bit more. Have you seen Green Lantern Beware My Power? No, someone asked this a little bit ago. I haven't seen it yet. Need to make time to watch it because it looks pretty great. Oh my God, man. What happened? Is it this way that I need to move it? I don't even know. Yes, and up a little bit. Okay, and then a little back the other way. I had it so perfect. I don't know what happened. Okay. Still slightly different from the original, and that's okay. I really need to figure out what the heck is going on here, though. Why can I not make these... Let's make them both linear, just so I'm kind of resetting it to default here. So I should see a very clear, a very like abrupt. Right there, it'll change direction. Direction change. Marching band. There it goes. Okay, so that's not what I want. I want it to be smooth. Temporal interpolation. Let's try this. Continuous Bezier. Bezier. Whatever. I don't know. Nope. That's still too... Oh my god. Still too abrupt. Let's try... Yeah, the music went with my feelings on this. Auto Bezier. Nope, still too abrupt. Why? I would like this to be smooth, please. If I change those both, that looks smoother. But it does a weird thing there at the end. Let's see what happens. Sorry, I know there's questions in the chat. I'll get to them in just a second. I'm just trying to get past this odd thing it's doing. I don't want the camera to do what it's doing. So, it's smooth there, but then as soon as it kicks into this, it's not doing what I want it to do. So those are my only options for this. If I do that, no, I don't know. Why is it doing that weird thing? I mean, I guess the battering is going to cover up that spot, so it might be okay. Like, this might be the best we can get out of it. Swoops past the camera like he's supposed to. And then the camera's moving. Like, maybe the battering will help cover that up. It won't be as noticeable. Man, I don't know. Let me just try the velocity change here. I think we had like 75, 75, something like that. Let's see if that does anything different. Just bounces. I just hate that it bounces like that. What did I do? Okay. Yeah, so these are both set to auto and auto. I think that might be the best we can get is this smoothish change and then this weird little bump it does at the end. I just wish I understood why I did that. Maybe if I move these a little bit down off the end here so he doesn't move as far, maybe that'll help. Okay, I think I might be okay with that. In any case, okay, let me scroll back up here a little bit in the chat. Would an unhindered Mortal Kombat versus DC animated movie sound interesting to you or not really? Yeah, I mean, I would watch it. There's a lot of like just one-off DC animated movies that come out that I'm like, neat. I haven't actually seen the Batman TMNT crossover movie. People say it's really good. Do you think there's a chance of a Teen Titans Season 6 on HBO? No, I do not. Favorite DCAU picture? Just drawing? Like drawing? This one that I'm working on right now by Marcelo. Have you seen TMNT 2003? If yes, what did you think of it? No. And hi, Teddy Gaming. How's it going? I've watched some episodes for our multiverse video that we just did. Or I guess that was the movie, the Turtles Forever movie. That's pretty much all I've seen. I want to see a Reverse Flash animated movie. That would be cool. He's in a couple of the DCAU movies. Yeah, the ones with the really sharp thorns. I'm aware. What do you think of Bruce Timm's style? What do you think makes Bruce Timm's style so hard to replicate? I just did a Batman sketch and it always seems to be more of a Teen Titans art style no matter what I do. Too skinny. Yeah, it's very specific. You look at it and people, I've been drawing, like, this is Marcelo's work. Marcelo I consider to be, like, me, like, he's really good is all I'm trying to say. He is my favorite DCAU, or like Bruce Timm style artist. That especially having him on the team is really nice. But yeah, there's a lot of like proportions and angles and stuff that you just really have to get perfect or it's not right. I drew like this for a long time in throughout school, and everybody would be like, oh my gosh, like, it's just it's such a simplified art style that it looks like it's so easy to do, and people would comment on like, why can't you can't draw anything like realistic and blah blah blah, but this is not an easy task. This is a tough one. Did Ted just save us from a bot invasion? Probably. I don't know. I didn't notice. If so, thanks, Ted. What DC animated movies would you like to see in the future? God, I don't know. More a Justice League reunion. If you look past the CGI, it's 2013 show, probably my favorite series. It seems fun. Okay, so I guess I'm pretty good with this camera motion here. I wish it was a little bit smoother still on this transition out of the thing, but it might look smoother because we're looking at it in 60 frames a second right now. When we translate it over to 24 frames a second for the full intro, it might look a little bit nicer. So if I'm looking at the original Batman, his cape is moving. It's not necessarily flowing the exact same way, but I think I'm just going to leave it like it is because this is the cape animation that we've done for Superman and Hawkgirl's hair and Jean's cape as well. So I'm pretty good with that. So now what we need to focus on is Batman's arm. So right here, it's kind of parallel with his face, and then by the end, so we're not going to be able to do this kind of outstretching hand opening motion. It's going to be more of the hand's going to stay in the same position. It's going to be more of a rotation of the arm and scale change of the arm. So by the time we get to here, I'm going to have the arm pretty much where it is. Position. Oops. First I need to move the anchor point to the elbow. Okay, so position, scale, rotation. I'm going to move back to here where the head started moving. Also, I'm just going to move the arm. Oh gosh. I guess the arm needs to be above the cape. Arm there. And I guess I don't need the position. Oh no, I do. Position needs to, because his elbow is a little off here, and move it back about here. And I'm also going to make it a lot larger. Put it above. I'll just put the arm in the very top layer here. So again, this looks ridiculous here, but as the camera moves in 3D space, it's probably going to look fine. So I will make these all ease in. Let's see how this looks here. Oops, of course I don't have that layer turned on. Okay, so we can't see any of it because nothing's happening. When do we start seeing Batman actually pop in here? Let's see if we can tell a difference here. Still not really, so okay, I'm gonna move these even farther forward. Even more than that. You can sort of see it happening. The arm you can see the rotation, but I need to see the like we're we're gonna pull this like Miss Marvel thing here and just really exaggerate this so that when it's up here, Batman, it feels like that's closer to the thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull it all the way back to here. Okay, maybe not that far. Don't want to cover too much of his face. Let's try right there. God, really needs to be, it's just finding that sweet spot. Let's try right there, covering his mouth. Okay, well now we're covering up the... Okay, so it cannot cover the space the camera is coming through. That's our limit. Let's have that go all the way to the end. Okay, let's see what that looks like in motion. Be a little silent writing a script. Cool. Looks to me they took a lot of cues from JL. Yeah, the Justice League, we talked about that. The first stream is the Justice League CG, TV show intro has a lot of influence on this, we think. I'm going to make this linear. Now I think... See, it looks good there, but I think this needs to be a little farther back. And of course, it might be a little bit too big. Okay, let's check this out. Thoughts on Batman beats up poor people? Never seen him do that, so I don't know. How do people feel about the news that MCU's Fantastic Four may not have their origin depicted again? I think it's kind of one of those, like, MCU Spider-Man we didn't see his origin, versus every time we see Batman, we see his parents die in an alley again and again and again. I think it could be fine. I hadn't heard that rumor, but Fantastic Four seemed to be obscure enough of a group of characters that I'm a little surprised that they wouldn't repeat that. It seems like something worth bringing up again, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Do you think we'll see more of the Arrowverse, Green Arrow, and the Flash? They were in the animated Vixen movie. I love that movie. Yeah, I don't know. I stopped watching Flash and Arrow and all that stuff a long time ago, several years ago. I watched Flash longer than I watched Arrow, I think. But I did not If they made more, cool. If not, I'm not going to be upset about it. Is there anything else going on with Batman besides head, arm, cape movement that we should animate? Seems pretty good. I might try, so the body here, solo that. I might try keyframing a little bit of this motion here. And at the end, just bring this up. Oh, you know, I really hate that. Need to make I need to make all these different points just to make one thing move, but that's okay. I want to keep him in the same spot. Just kind of need to build the skeleton out a little bit here. Okay, but should give me a little bit of mobility here. So if I move the arm up a little, elbow back. Whoops. Freaking mouse, keep up. Elbow back. Shoulder up. Can also kind of move the knee up a little bit. And the foot back a little bit. If I turn that back off. Okay. So now we should have a little bit of, pay no attention to the front giant hand here. Kind of sick of superhero origins at this point. Just make stories of the characters. Don't gotta make a whole movie about the origins, especially since the last Fantastic Four movie being about that sucked. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's why it sucked, but I understand what you're saying. Did you ever see Bruce Timm comment on the 90s Marvel cartoons? He said he liked the first season of Spider-Man the Animated Series, and said a lot of the episodes after were poorly animated. Yeah, the Spider-Man animated series' animation is pretty, like, not so great, which is a little sad. But whatever. I haven't seen those Bruce Timm comments, though, but I believe it. I'm a fan. I haven't seen the DCAU. I want to begin watching it with the comics. So quick question, does the order for the comics Batman Adventures matter to the episodes and movies? I did not read any of the DCAU comics until years after the shows were off the air. You're not missing anything vital to the shows by not reading them, but they do fill in some of the blanks with some characters, and there are a lot of really good stories, especially in Batman Adventures Volume 2, Gotham Adventures. Superman Adventures has some really good issues. The Batman Beyond comic has some really good issues. Justice League Infinity that just came out, love it. Would highly recommend reading them anyway. We have a chronological order listed at the end of our What is the DCAU video. If you just search that on YouTube, What is the DCAU? I think we're the second one to come up after Jay's reviews because his video is literally titled that, but that'll give you a good starting point. Enjoy. If you're watching the DCAU for the first time, I'm jealous. I'm watching it through. You could follow along with us on our podcast, Jump on the Batwagon. I'm showing my friend Brian the DCAU for the first time ever, and if we're only halfway through BTAS right now, that could be fun. Have I seen the Dorkly YouTube channel? Yes, I have. They featured a clip from our Return of the Joker comparison video a few years ago, the versions uncensored and censored, and We got a bunch of new views on that video because of that. That was pretty cool. I take back what I said about Anime Studio. I didn't realize After Effects has bone structure. Definitely a step up from when I was learning graphic design. Yeah, I mean, the bone structure thing, if it's the same as what you're talking about, it's you just place points where you want them, and Puppeteer, it's the puppet tool. I've gotten a lot of mileage out of the puppet tool with this sort of stuff, but also with even live action stuff. You can kind of twist stuff. Like, for instance, I won't say what it is, but in our story finale, we have characters. How do I say this? We have characters that we only have. They're multiples of the same costume, but we only had one of the costume, and so there went to put them in the background several times. I would sometimes be just pasting the same image of the character, and I would want to like morph it slightly just so that they looked like mildly different from each other, so that you wouldn't be able to tell necessarily that it was all the same like image. And sometimes it wasn't all the same image, but you'll understand what that means when you watch the video. Animation for 90s Spider-Man wasn't that great, yeah. I still love the 90s Spider-Man cartoon. I had several VHS tapes of episodes. I had the Clone Saga, whatever it was called, the Venom Saga. Yeah, not the Clone Saga. That's a different thing. And it's still, Spider-Man was, growing up, was like my second favorite, next to Batman. But looking back on the show, I just watched the first episode a couple months ago, the Night of the Lizard or whatever it is, and it's just go, go, go. There's no breathing room. The animation just keeps going. It's just an onslaught of movement and hyperactivity, action. It's kind of jarring, and a lot of the mouth flaps do not match what people are saying. So I've never really understood, like, because I don't think it was an overseas animation. If it is, then they didn't do a great job of matching that. Yes, B-Test still has better anime. I agree, even though it's a little sloppy sometimes. Batman is the true villain of Gotham. Maybe. You need an issue of the comic with the yellow bat symbol, maybe even for one panel's animation mistake homage. I can't remember if we have yellow bat suit plans for Legacies. I can think of one specific thing, but it's not like featured or whatever. Only good anime. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, so I guess I just need to move the pieces down even further here. I need to exaggerate the movement more. Let's see what this looks like. I want to be able to see that these things are moving. God damn it. Pardon me. I keep turning off the animated Batman layer on accident. Okay, well, you can kind of see it, I guess. I'm looking for those movements in the other arm and the leg that are really not coming across. I think I just need to move them all further forward in time because Batman doesn't show up until right here. So maybe about right here is where they can start. So I'll just try to grab all of the, oh boy, all of the starting keyframes here. Just move them down to here so that the movement is over twice as exaggerated as it was. Oh yeah, Hank Azaria as Venom is pretty funny to think about. Just his Simpsons work, and then he's just Venom. I haven't watched the Venom episodes in so long that I don't remember, but it'd be pretty funny to watch them now. What do you think of the X-Men cartoon? Colossus appears twice, so sad. Everything else is great. I never watched the X-Men cartoon as a kid, and so it has no real, like, I don't know, like, it's not as it's not nostalgic for me. So I just tried to watch the first episode a couple weeks ago, and it really wasn't doing anything for me. Like, the X-Men movies were a part of my childhood. The original X-Men, X-Men 2, X-Men 3. So those have more, like, I just rewatched all of those also, and those have more nostalgia and fun factor for me than the show. Okay, I think I need to do a little bit of something with Batman's cape here as well. The only problem is that there's... I think I just need to have it start like here. Okay, I'm going to do that same puppet tool on the cape. Turn off this for a second. I'm going to try just having it kind of come down. It looks like it kind of just comes down over the course of the thing. Of course, I need to expand the mesh. Sometimes it doesn't take the outlines with it for some reason. This side comes down quite a ways, but I can't have it come down too far because then it reveals that part. So do that, and then I will do this. Ugh, god damn it. Stay here. Stop. Okay. Then I will do the same with the back of the cape. There we go. Okay. And then I'll just line it back up here at the end. Oh my god, man. I have now let go of the mouse, so stop. Okay, let's see if that should kind of track. Of course, it's doing weird stuff because of that wave warp. I think I'm going to turn the wave warp, or I need to put it after the puppet tool. There we go. Do the same thing on the... It might be okay how I had it. Because I'm thinking a lot right now. Some of these you'll find if you've tuned in before that some of these moments I just have to kind of think through them of what's going on. I'm moving the cape down. It's following pretty okay, but you can see some roughness around the edges as it moves down, like it will in just a second. Around this area here, you'll see a little bit of like weird outline stuff happening, but against the background we're about to put it against, I think it might be okay. I'm more just looking up here to see that it doesn't disconnect from the top of the cape, and I think we're doing pretty okay. Although I'm seeing now that, of course, we reveal too much of the So I actually need to pin that here and leave the pin there, or I guess oh, whoops. Okay, I see what's going on. I mean, not whoops, I needed to do that anyway, but...
Good job, Robin.
Thank you, Eric Jones, for subscribing, if you're in here. Oh, man, come on. Why does that not stay there? Whoa, what's going on? Oh, not as... Okay, I don't want a second puppet tool. No. In this same puppet tool, I want that one to be there. Stay there. Okay, cool. And then when we darken everything, you probably won't be able to tell that that's going on. So let's take a look at this and see if that his arm's going to be off. His front arm's going to be layer turned off. So it's just missing. But I'm looking at the cape animation here. Stub arm Batman. I lost it in the Bat War. Just see, once this plays at the right speed, then I'll be able to see if I can see the motion of the cape. And I would say yes. But I will fix whatever's going on back here. What the heck are you doing, man? Is it the wave warp doing that? A little bit, but not a ton. Okay, that might work. Okay, save that. I'll turn the arm back on. Let's see how this all looks. Is there a warp tool you can use for the cape to add movement? So I already have done that. There's a little bit of flappiness to it. But the fact that you're saying, oh, you should do that, tells me that it's not strong enough. Yeah, I definitely can't really see that. Because so if you watch it here on its own, see, this is going on the whole time. This flowing in the windness. But the fact that it's not, you're not able to see it, is not great. So I'll make that. 10 to 20. I'll make the speed 2. 10 to, that's at 20, but I want to be at 10, speed 2. Because it doesn't help with the camera movement, it makes it harder to see. I subscribed 2 months ago and I saw someone on the channel has Facebook. Yeah, I think we all have Facebook. They should make his costume more blue in the movies, makes sense. Blue hides you better in the dark than black. Yeah, I mean, I think that's mostly just a thing of people thinking it would look silly, but I would definitely like to see a interpretation of that. Man, you still can't really tell that that's going on. I think the problem is because like his cape is okay. So what? Here's something I need to do. Get to here. Turn off the arm again. Puppet tool. Move this like way up. I just have to. It's against the like artist in me to do some of these motions because it makes me feel like there's no way that that's going to look good. But then when I apply it, I watch the scene back, it's like, oh no, that was the only way to make it look good. So it's a little bit weird that way. Just going to move this even more. I can't make that part go too high. Kind of playing around with the shapes here to see if this will help with the exaggeration. And again, this just needs to be 2300. 2300. It's gonna look ridiculous. We'll see what that looks like here. I should turn the arm back on. Are you drawing characters in the Bruce Timm art style? Right now I am not, but I am animating drawings that already exist by the lovely Marcelo Milikai. We have already done that for all the other characters except for Batman. We're finishing up Batman today, hopefully. Because dang if this isn't taking a while to get the animation right. Yeah, right, shortcuts. Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, speed is too much. Blah, 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 blah. Like, does not need to be that fast. Let's do 2 again. 2. See what this looks like. So I don't want to see that. I don't want to see this like. I want it to be subtle, but I want it to be noticeable. And the fact that it was asked if I could do an effect like that tells me it was not noticeable enough. Are you just doing Batman? Hopefully not the crowd. If it's just Batman, I might get some sleep. But if it's the finale, I'm not sure. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm going to get to that today. I think we're just doing Batman today. Okay. So I don't... The problem is I hate the way this center part of the cape moves like that. And I wonder if I can pin bottom edge. Will that change any... Oops, not that one. Pin bottom edge. Will that change anything about it? No, not really. All edges? No. No. So I want everything to flap except this middle part, and there's not really a way that I can tell it to not do that. But I wonder if instead of doing a wave warp, if I did a ripple, if that would look better. Let's try it. Ripple. Because I can put the center of the ripple right here where the cape connects to Batman's neck. And then can go all the way out to the edges. Make the width a lot bigger. Oh, that's as wide as it goes. Okay. Okay, there is movement. Oh, what the heck? That's weird. It's still kind of doing it, but it's at least keeping that part a little more locked down. I think if you have the same level of lens flare intensity on the best, it'll hide a lot of cape issues. Remember your own worst critic and turn. Yes, I know. Yeah, that's what's been happening with a lot of this other stuff too. Is like the lens flare, the smoke, the motion blur, that kind of stuff will all kind of hide these imperfections. But definitely want to get as close as I can first. I don't really understand why I can't make the width of this any bigger, but I guess it is what it is. So let's try copying that to this. Turn off that. So now we have a ripple instead of the wave going across the entire cape. The ripple's coming from the neck. So hopefully that at least locks that a little more into place. I wish more of the independent DC animated films used the voice actors from the DCAU. It felt more impactful if Kevin Conroy voice. Sometimes I think that, sometimes I am A-okay with it not being the DCAU voice actor. Because then other folks don't get a job. It doesn't always have to be Kevin Conroy. Sometimes it feels out of place if Kevin Conroy is voicing Batman in a non-DCAU project, because it's just like, you know, why is he there or whatever. Like it feels like is this intended to be DCAU Batman? I don't think so. You know, that kind of thing. Make the speed a little bit slower. Make the height a little bit taller. Let's see what that looks like. Second favorite, Julian Fletcher voiced Batman. That awfully Dark Tomorrow. I've never actually played that, but yeah, I've heard it is good. Yeah, it is how he's written for sure. Bye, Polka Dot. Good quoting the thing. Are you just doing Batman? Yes, that's what I was saying. Yeah, okay, cool. So the ripple now looks very exaggerated, especially as it's moving, but let's see what that looks like in motion with everything else. That might be something I'm trying to decide how I feel about that. First of all, I think I'm going to do a camera blur on Batman, just to kind of maybe about right here. I'll bring him into focus. Gonna have it be 0 or maybe like 1 here. By this point, we're at 0, and then here I'll try like 10. Maybe even more than that. 20. Let's see how this looks. I'm artificially bringing him out of focus instead of the way you would normally do it by telling the camera, 3D camera, where in space you want things to be focused on, but this is just faster for this particular purpose. Just because it's not, we're not trying to be perfect with it. We're trying to, it's still art. It's still being a little Little bit of liberty. Liberty. Looks good to me. I've always been better at 2D than animation, so all this impressed. Yeah. Well, thank you. Oh yeah, that's all I've seen is Turtles Forever of that. You're right about me being my own worst critic. I think this will probably look just fine. I'm kind of just hyper focusing on. I still wish that camera motion movement didn't bump him quite so much like that, but it is what it is. We'll be able to fix that all the way up until the end if I decide that I still want to change it, but we might be good on the Batman part. We have his head movement, we have his like leg and arm are kind of lifting up a little bit like the real one does. Though maybe they still could be starting like right there. The body, yeah. I'll move them all the way to here so they're as exaggerated as possible. And then we have his arm, his front arm moving and the cape waving. Those are the big things. If you do ever watch the O3 series, skip fast forward and back to the sewers. If I ever watch a show, I'm not skipping any episodes or movies or whatever. I'm just going to watch the whole thing. That's just how I roll, you know. What did I just change? Oh, his other limb movements. Okay. I think I'm pretty good with that. Let me turn the background off just so we can see only the animated version. Some After Effects. You got to get it together, man. Okay. I think that probably be pretty good. I think I'm going to the camera lens blur back on a little bit as he's flying away. Okay. I'll save that. Goose says hand. Yes, what about it? He's got a big bat hand. Okay, so next thing is going to be the Batarang. Before we mess with any colors and lens flares and all that stuff. Starts there. This is going to be interesting. Starts here as his hand, wherever his actual hand is here. And then just kind of up until this moment, it hasn't really left his hand very far. That's going to be the weird part about this version is that, like, the Batarang needs to, so, I can't really move the camera any farther, so we'll just try this here. Batarang needs to be 3D layer. And see where it is. Okay. Here it is. So by the time the camera starts moving, the Batarang is there. First of all, Batarang needs to be rotated around. And I need to make sure I bring it in front of Batman. Batman is this horizontal line here. He's flat to the camera. The Batarang is not going to be flat to the camera. Oh boy. No. I need the X and Y. Where are we here? Okay. All right. So now that I have the position, I need to make this a little bit smaller. So this is where it needs to be, position and orientation wise. And then at the start, so it's already in 3D space, which is good. But here it needs to be closer to Batman. Coming right out of his hand. And oriented that way some more. Oriented this way some more. Move it into place a little bit here. Move it a little bit closer to Batman. Once we see it start going through Batman is where the problems will start. But so it's, there it is, starting to move a little bit. And then right here is where it needs to go full on. Just come right at the camera. It's gonna rotate this way a little more and this way a little more, but this way a lot. Way closer to the camera. There's a baby in the other room making a ruckus. How far does the original one actually rotate here? Quite a bit. It rotates all the way almost opposite of what we were at before. Oh man, we've already reached that point. Okay, that's okay. I can do this by hand here. Continue to rotate it probably about there. Bring it over and down and maybe just a little bit more. Let's just say, let's see what that looks like. Okay, so it's following the right path here, but I see this needs to come down so that it stays in front of the camera more. And even closer to the camera by the end here. Because I need it to wipe across the screen, of course, to transition us. So I think what will help with that is that first of all, I need to match the keyframing of this, which are both auto Bezier. So that'll probably change its directory a little bit here. The main problem is that I should have done this before. The battery needs to rotate on its axis, and right now it's rotating on, like, the axis is way over here. So let me see if I can alter that. I think I'll just, yeah. I'll just need to change the position again after this, and that's okay. So now that we have the anchor point in the center of the battering, I should have done that at the start, but that's okay. Hopefully not too much tinkering here. That, and then this needs to be down about here. And then this one will need to be like way down farther, I think. Let's see where its trajectory is at the moment. Oh, up farther. Okay, well that's actually good because you guys are talking a lot of Ninja Turtles in the chat. I don't know anything about Ninja Turtles. I don't have anything to weigh in on this, so I apologize. Okay, so don't need it to go quite as far this way. Okay, I'm going to delete these keyframes here at the end and redo that bit. So basically, I just need it to pass right by the camera. So I'm going to just to rotate all the way around to here. Just to be over here. And we need to be way closer to the camera. When I messed with that anchor point stuff, it really threw this part off. That is okay. We are fixing it. Okay, let's see what that does if I get it there. We are close. We're getting close. I feel like it still needs to be even closer to the camera than I think. Let's just get it right up in there. Move that over. I think I need to, actually before I do that, it needs to be a little more this way. Now I'll bring it real close to the camera. Let's see what that does. That's pretty close to the... I know it's super tiny for you guys. I'm sorry. The main problem is that it still doesn't... It needs to like wipe away the... Okay, I think I know what might work. So the original, here's my line of thinking. The original shot is in 16 by 9 here. So you can see we're playing in, oh gosh, what is it? I'm a bad film student. Widescreen ratio. 16 by 9. What's the... Yeah, 239:1. 2.39 to 1 is the ratio that we're in here, which is like CinemaScope. And because of that, the battering needs to be a lot closer to this corner in order to wipe the way that we want it to. So I think how I'm going to solve that is, instead of having Batman line up so perfectly with that, the original, I'm going to move him more this way. What the heck? I just did this. Come on. So that he is... the battering coming out of his hand is a little more, you know, has to move across the screen a little less gently, or what, a little more in the direction we want it to, which now means the camera's probably going to... Nope, it looks like it's still doing okay, which is fine. So the batarang needs to, the first time we see it is about here. I'm going to rotate it even more this way. And also probably this way. I like how it's looking, but there's no good way to wipe to Superman is the main issue here. So I'm going to move the position of the batarang a little bit here at the start so it's not like behind Batman's hand, like behind his fingers. It's still a little much. It's better. Let's see what this looks like. Thank you, Krusty Dusty. So, I mean, it looks pretty okay. Let's turn off the background and see what it looks like just with what we're going to wind up seeing. It's got to calculate some stuff here real quick. Okay, I think one thing I'll do is at the end, at the end of, I rotate it just a little bit more. Because it almost looks like it stops rotating at the end there, but that might just be in something we can't avoid. And so, yeah, so this is the problem now is that, like, I'm pretty happy with this whole thing. But the transition to the Superman part is going to be weird now because there's not any moment where the batarang is covering almost the entire screen, and therefore we can't do the same, like, wipe that happens. So we might have to cheat this a little bit and have it be just like the Superman to Wonder Woman transition that we did, or the Hawkgirl to Jean transition that we did. Kind of hide it with the lens flare a little bit, so Superman might come in, you know, with the lens flare behind the batarang but above Batman, and kind of flash a little bit there. How does the Superman part start here? Yeah, okay. That might work. It starts out pretty bright, so I might just have to start it brighter or something. We'll see. Because what needs to happen is that the batarang fully hides Batman for a second, but that's not really happening. Like, it's supposed to kind of, right about here, the edge of it should be over there. But it won't look natural if I, like, mess with that too much. So I can't really, you know, I could do a little bit of, but then that'll kind of just look weird, like it's just attached to his hand there for a second before. Yeah, that doesn't really change much, and it'll look bad. So I guess this is what we're going with for Batman, and I'll just have to make it work. And I don't say that in a, like, I'm disappointed with this kind of way. I say that in a, it'll be different a little bit than the original, and that's okay. But I think what I'm going to do is Batman himself. I will have move away more than he does, so that the battering motion is more emphasized, or like following the battering is more obvious or whatever. Hopefully that motion looks okay. Yeah, I think so. I think it almost hides a little bit of the bump in the camera movement. Favorite JL member besides the main group? Question. What's your favorite DCAU movie? Mask of the Phantasm, Return of the Joker is a very close second. There's a lot of things about Return of the Joker that I like better than Mask of the Phantasm. But Mask of the Phantasm has a special place in my heart and will never be overruled, I think. But yeah, Return of the Joker, I think I don't want to say objectively. I think Batman Beyond Return of the Joker is a better made movie and is more sort of important to the DCAU, but it is less of a movie you can just show to someone. Like Mask of the Phantasm is like, this is such a good Batman movie, you have to watch this to anybody. Return of the Joker is like, you got to know who Batman Beyond is. You have to know the Batman and the Joker's relationship, which I guess is kind of public, like everybody knows or whatever. But I don't know. That's just my thoughts. Okay, so let's say we're good with this. Because I do like how it looks. I just kind of wish that there was going to be a better transition moment for the Superman shot, but it just may not be a thing, and that's okay. So now what we need to do is figure out this whole bat signal business. So we've got this whole bat signal turns on. Okay, so on my computer I have we have the style guides from Batman the Animated Series and New Batman Adventures, and I'm wondering if any of them have here, I'll show you guys, if any of them have like a bat signal model that we can use, or maybe a background painting or something. I mean, here is the actual logo. That's a plan B. Just kind of hoping there's an actual bat signal, but maybe there's not. So we've got all these pages of like cars and bat gadgets and things. For some reason I thought there was a bat signal, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's go to New Batman Adventures and try that. My girlfriend wants to know what's your favorite part of Batman and Harley Quinn and your worst part. I definitely dig all of the lore aspects of Batman and Harley Quinn, like all that it adds to the universe, because we learn Bloodwind, Black Condor, and Triumph all are Justice League members. Nightwing's haircut changes, Floronic Man and Swamp Thing and Poison Ivy and the Green and the Parliament of Trees show up in the tie-in comics. The tie-in comics continue like Harley Quinn's story, and the Suicide Squad is there, and Killer Croc's part of it, and all this stuff. That's all really interesting, and I hate the fart part. That's the bad part. I like Brave and the Bold's Booster and Adam the most. Cool. So I don't see, we have these kinds of things, but I do not see a bat signal. Just unfortunate. I was thinking for some reason that there was a bat signal model sheet that we had, but I guess not. Is there some sort of background or something that has one maybe that I'm thinking of? Don't know. Well, I think I can probably just go with the that Batman logo that we had there a second ago. Where'd it go? Style guide? Oh, maybe Mask of the Phantasm had the bat signal? Nope. I guess not. I guess I'm just crazy. For some reason I thought there was a whole bat signal like model sheet that we had, but I guess I'm wrong. So anyway, I'll use this as a this here as a reference because it is the official like DCAU bat signal, and that's what I'm hoping to use. Favorite part, just getting to the new DCAU animation again. Yeah, worst part, Harley farting the Batmobile. Yeah, just not I don't know. It was just the worst part. Just a bad joke, not even a joke. Just bad, just doo-doo. Okay, I'm gonna make this a lot. Blech. What do I want to do here? I think I'm just going to trace over this. And I think I'm basically going to make the circle and the bat, but leave the middle transparent. Or maybe I'll make it like a darker color, but I'll use a mask or something. We'll figure this out. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to do a new solid black. Whoops. I don't want that on. I don't want that on. Okay. Interesting. Looks like this is not a perfect circle. Almost is, but not quite. Okay, I'll duplicate that mask. And set it to a different color. There. That'll be subtract. And then I will just kind of trace around this bat signal here. And because it's going to be moving and stuff, I would normally do kind of like what Marcelo did with the battering, where I just do one half of it and then copy and paste that, but because everything's gonna be moving as fast as it is, I think I can get away with just tracing the whole thing. I'll adjust that at the end here. I'm just going to get the general shape. Man, it's a little bit of guesswork here. I'm going to kind of just do this roughly, and then I'll come back and adjust the masks to where it is the correct, as close to this original line work as I can get. Yeah, DJ Rubber Ducky did make fart sounds. And yeah, there was more of commentary on real life toy companies, I think. I think I agree with that. I never liked farts for jokes in there when I was a kid. My girlfriend thought that part was funny because she's a huge Harley Quinn fan. Well, see, that's the thing is, like, Batman and Harley Quinn came out before the Harley Quinn animated series. And now if I had watched that scene, it might have been less cringy, but it because, like, the Harley Quinn on that show is obviously a lot more crass and adult than the DCAU version. So I think maybe that would have helped if they came out in the opposite order. But the fact that they did not is just kind of like, okay, this doesn't feel like Harley Quinn. It's not my Harley Quinn, not canon, blah, 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 blah. It is, though. I mean, what? You don't know the answer. You don't know the answer. You have to stick around for the Batman and Harley Quinn Will It Canon, which is what we're working on for this video. Come on. Animated series is so good, man. It works better than just making the DCU version act that way. It works better than just making the DCU version act that way. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I won't spoil anything. I'm not going to talk about it. Just watch our Batman and Harley Quinn Will It Canon video. It's the big storyline finale coming out very soon. And we have a lot to say about the movie, of course, because it's about the movie. Okay, pretty happy with that shape. This could be a little bit better here. Okay, so now I should have just the bat signal. Sweet. So we've traced the, like, official, marketing bat signal. And I've traced it because now I have a vector outline of it that I can resize as needed, and it will never, if I scale up the layer, you can see that it does indeed start doing that, but I can scale up the mask and it will never lose quality. It will just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger forever and ever. And I believe that's about where it needs to be. Okay, so let us make... I guess first I need to do a kind of... maybe like a dark gray. No, I think I need to do another black, actually. I'll just copy this mask here. So this is behind the bat signal. It's going to be like our inside of the bat signal kind of a deal. And I should be able to link a lens flare to that, but we will do that in a minute here. For now, I'm just going to link this to this so that it always stays with it. These are going to be both 3D layers. And I need to... where is our camera? Turn this off. Bring these beneath Batman. Batman beneath. My girlfriend also thinks Harley Quinn would be a woman who would Dutch oven her little brother. My girlfriend isn't starting a debate. She just likes getting her thoughts out. Yeah, I mean, it's just like when, I don't know, when your girlfriend started getting into Harley Quinn. I think for me, it's just that's who the character is now, more so than it was at the start. But also it could have been, it's just more of like a crass joke for this. That particular moment is just pointless to me. Like there's no reason to have that in there. The only reason it's there is because someone thought farts were really funny, and it's just not to me. But it's fine. If someone else laughs at it, all good. Animated series being written that way works better for me than just bringing Harley Quinn back and writing her like that when it doesn't fit how she was written before. Okay, yeah, I guess we can mostly agree. Okay. Hi, Josh. Welcome. So, camera. Here we need to have this. Be much farther back and over this way. Now if we look at our camera, we should, it's close anyway. Oh, and it's already pretty close. Oh boy. Freaking freak, man. Okay. This layer needs to be way bigger, and the masks, I think I'm going to delete this layer here real quick, the background. We'll come back to that. I'll just duplicate this later and make it you know, we'll make it the same as the bat signal here. Okay, let me turn on the background. See how closely we're matching the original. It's pretty close. Probably put that about there. So, oh boy, though. It's really out of focus. Man. Okay, I think I can fix this. Go to here. We'll make the scale be 100. But now, yes. Make this 1080. Oops, actually I think that messed something up. Okay, I'm gonna lock that in. I'm gonna just scale this up this way. So this is going to become a freaking humongous thing here. Let me line this up here. I guess this would be the better way to do this. Oops. So that I don't have to, oh, come on. Lock the aspect ratio, there we go. I'm increasing the size of the solid itself rather than the scale because that was creating some problems with the quality of the image. Almost there. Okay. Okay, hit okay. Alright, so now I turn this background layer off. Yes, okay. Whew. Alright, so let's see how well this follows the original. It's not too bad. The funny thing is that these are also going to need to be now auto and auto. And I really hope that doesn't mess up the Batman flying in aspect of all this. Looks like we might be okay. We'll mess around with Batman's position a little bit here in a minute. Okay, so what I think needs to happen is this still needs to go back in space a little bit. Bring this up some. And I might just cheat it and move the position to match where the bat signal is, rather than trying to figure out the exact camera work here for why it's not, you know, perfectly lining up. Oh, why did it do it there? So now, when the camera moves out of the way, I still think it needs to be a little farther back is the problem. Top view. Farther back. I'm gonna erase this other keyframe here until we get this right. (2014). Okay, got you. Just a little bigger again. Okay, so then the camera needs to be just a little bit closer to the bat signal at the start, not a lot. Because as we saw in when we were watching through the whole thing, it's just barely kind of hanging out there before it. Let's see, this is 337. 35. Okay, let's just make this be like 20. Let's see what this looks like. Oh boy, why is that happening? Let's do linear we're getting this bounce thing that has happened before, and I'm not sure I understand it. Like, we should not be getting closer to the camera. I don't get what the trajectory of the camera is like that. Like, why that happens. There we go. Okay, but I actually want it to be, I guess I want it to be more than that, weirdly. Is it really going to do this dumb little bump here before it starts? Yeah, why does it do this? I'll never understand. Okay. After Effects 3D camera smooth motion, like keyframes. Smoothing out camera movements in After Effects. Let's try that.
Now we're going to go back to the beginning and watch
God.
this, and it's not going to be the smoothest thing in the world.
The
Press
audio.
home key and play this guy and watch. It'll go suddenly left, right, that kind of stuff. It'll look kind of clumsy. And it gets to the end. And we're going to use rotation later to get this thing to spin around. Okay, so that's how that looks. It's, I think the camera's too high, and I think it's, got that problem with the sudden motion, but there's the general motion. Now we can fix the sudden motion now, and we can do it also to the crane later, but we'll do it now for this one so you can see how it works. And the way you do that is by going over here to the so-called graph editor. And this can be daunting looking, but I think you'll come to appreciate it. So I'll click on the graph editor, and I'll click on this to say what we're showing. It says auto select graph type. Well, it's showing what are called values, which is what I want, but I want to make sure it shows values, so I click on edit value graph instead. If I click on X here, if I click on X, it selects all of those keyframes. It makes them all active. Just as if I clicked away here and they're all blue here. So I click back to that. And if I so I click on it again to make sure they're all active. If I right click on one of them and go to keyframe interpolation, I could have done this in the timeline as well, but go to keyframe interpolation and change the time interpolation to Bezier and click OK. Suddenly little handles appear on all of those nodes, all of those vertexes there, that allow me to control the motion through those spots. So if I play this now, let's see what happens. It looks like hardly anything's changed, right? It's a little bit smoother. There we go. And we can now control that a little bit better. And the first guy is kind of abrupt. And the way we resolve that is by we add another keyframe out here someplace so that this keyframe has two handles instead of only one. But so oops, I'll undo that. So now we can work on these keyframes individually. And to do that, I click away so they're not all selected. And I can click on one of them, for example, and that shows handles for the preceding and the following. And that allows me to adjust the shape of the curve. Now notice I work on one side at once here. If I hold down the Alt or the Option key and click, then it locks them together. So they start off, if I click on this one here, if I start off, they start off being broken like that. But if I hold on the Option key and drag, then they lock up. And let go of the Alt option, then they all stay locked up like that. If I extend it like this, that smooths out the curve.
Okay, I think I've got it. Turn the background music back on. Okay, so I want, instead of what's going on here, I want to... I gotta get to where I can see those ones at the end. Bring them back in a little bit. Turn these all back into the linear keyframes. Graph. Oh, weird. All of these, please. Bezier. Okay, so now if I turn the graph on, why can't I see what he was seeing? Did he do something I'm not... Yeah, so suddenly little handles appear. Yeah, okay. Why not for me? Where are my little handles? What the heck, man? Why can I not see the little handles that he can see? That's the part I don't get. Oh boy. Okay. Why can I not see the little handles? That would be so helpful. That's exactly what I want. I just don't get why I don't see them. Show... No. Oh, okay. I guess I was on the wrong view. Why can I not move these the way I want to? What in the world, man? Any ideas? Like, he is able to move them so smoothly. Gee, I thought I had it first. I guess I thought I had it figured out. I don't know. I feel like this is the same exact tutorial. Yeah. I just don't get why I can't, no, that's not what I want to see. I don't need to see that. Sorry if this is a little bit boring. I'm trying to figure out why I can't edit the smoothness of the camera motion. And maybe I just did. I don't really know. I just can't tell what's happening. Like, I don't even know what I'm looking at here. This is a foreign language. It's just so abrupt still. Why does it have that little bump? I just don't understand the little bump. Alright. I honestly don't know what I can do there. I've never had to deal with this problem before. Usually I can get them to go by just being like, hey, auto Bezier, just like smooth it out, baby. And yet this is having a lot. Like, what is that? Why is it moving toward the camera? Oh my god, I've never told it to do that. I would like to get past this so that I can move on to more fun things. But for some reason, yeah, they're just bouncing around like a pinball machine. Like, I do not want the camera to be doing this. I guess it's more the position that I want to mess with than it is the point of interest. So let's see if I can mess with that at all. I just don't know why these handle things exist if they're just going to not turn and stuff like this guy's stuff was doing. Like the handles appear, but they're all angled like that. Yeah, I tried easing, but the easy ease for some reason in Premiere helps like smooth it out. In this, it's like I ease into the thing and then I go, and then I ease into the next thing and then I go. Like I don't know why it's different. What do you think? Who do you think would win and why? DCU, Joker and Harley Quinn, or Chucky and Tiffany Ray? I don't know who that is. Is that Chucky and Bride of Chucky? I don't know enough about them. That's Maddie's bag. Sorry. Yeah, okay. So, for God's sake. I just don't understand why are these broken like this? Why can they not rotate? Like, what is this one even doing? Why does it separate like that? What is the point? I don't get it. God. I don't know. I gotta get out of this graph view. Just undo till these are back to linear. There we go. So let me just try easy ease. But you can see it even when I'm scrolling. It's like it's getting there and then it stops and then it goes to the next one. This is very frustrating. This is not the thing I expected to get hung up on. I gotta love it when tutorials are like, and then this will happen, and it doesn't. That's not actually what happens. Please go to this page. Okay.
Bas, and in today's video I'm going to show you a quick tip on continuous velocity. So what does continuous velocity mean? Well, I'm gonna show you. I have this cursor here and I'm going to place some keyframes here, and I want it to fly through the screen. Okay, let's start here. Let's make it start off screen, and I want it to go to this point here, and then it needs to go out of the screen. So I have 3 keyframes. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So I have keyframe 1. Oops, where it is? 1.
You know, I just realized something that might work. So the camera starts there and then moves to, so this is where the keyframes are. Okay, so if I change this to, if they change these to Bezier or whatever, now I think really? Maybe I'm wrong. Man, I don't know. Sometimes I swear there you can see the little graph handles on this, but I guess not. Yeah, see, he's doing it right here. This is what I'm looking for. Why are they not showing? Oh my god, man. This is very frustrating. Just trying to see, like, there should be little keyframe handles coming off of this. It won't let me zoom in any more than that. There have definitely been times where I can see those handles and smooth it out, and I'm not sure why I can't now. I know because it's set to linear, but when I set, because linear is just going to go point A to point B. But they like should appear now. Just don't get it. Yeah, pretty much what the tutorial thing is like. This is not doing what it's supposed to be doing.
Zoom out a little bit. So I have keyframe 1, whoops, where it is, 1, 2, and 3. And I'm gonna give this some nice...
See, he's doing it right here. That's exactly what I want to do.
Through the screen.
It's exactly what I want.
Go to transform, auto orient along path. Okay. So, and then give it the good rotation like that. And now it floats through the screen.
Why is it not working? Come on, man. Come on. I don't think, no, that's the first keyframe. Okay, so the position is what I'm wanting to make sure is curved, I guess. What I'm just not understanding is why I cannot just do it. I cannot do it for some reason. Okay, so that's for velocity.
So it goes really fast, then it goes slow, and then it goes fast again. But what happens then is this. It goes in, it stops for a moment, and then it flies out again. Which we do not want. We want this movement to be continuous. It doesn't need to stop.
I'm just going to keep trying this graph situation because it seems to be what I want. Just for some reason cannot. Yeah, see, it's still just a bump. Like there's no, I just don't understand. Hey, Josiah. Right now, I am very frustrated and trying to figure out how to make this work the way I want it to work because it is not doing it. I am trying to animate this camera. We have all this stuff going, like I can see the light at the end of the tunnel for this segment, but I just need the camera to move smoothly. That's all that I need to happen, and it's just bumping between bits here. Let me change these to Bezier again and see if that changes anything. If I go to the graph, position. See, it has the things. No. What? Oh, I see. Okay. What is this weird ass separation here? My apologies, folks. I would really like to figure this out. This seems to be beyond my comprehension for some reason. I don't know why, because I seem to be following the tutorial the way they're showing me. But I don't know. It's not really a speed ramp, it's more of a, I'm just trying to smooth out the keyframes of the camera movement so that it doesn't just go like shk, shk, shk to each position. I want it to whoa really nicely. And I cannot figure out how to do that. I have tried all of the obvious easy ease and whatnot, but it is just not a thing that I am understanding how to do for some reason. Because, like, I don't know, it's just... I wonder if I can see those handles on, like, say, the Batman animation. Because he has a couple of position keyframes and stuff. Nope, not that. Batman animation. Yeah, see, look, on here, that's what I'm looking for the camera. Why can the camera not have those? It doesn't make any sense. I really need this to allow me to have the handles. The handles just aren't there. I don't Couldn't tell you why. After Effects 3D camera keyframe handles. Uh-huh. See you later, Fanatic Mitchell. I'm sorry that this part is definitely less interesting. I just gotta figure this out, and I thought I knew how to do this. For some reason, this is not what I thought. Yeah, but see, this is not.
And in today's video, I'm going to show you how you can quickly create a 3D camera move in After Effects.
Mm-hmm. Okay, same guy doing that arrow tutorial.
Toolbars kind of thing, I don't know, on this. And also, so normal thing is not getting smaller, but space, so to duplicate and up a little bit, and to drag it
Wait till he makes the camera, there we go.
There,
okay.
And it is looking at the scene like this, and open up my orientation, all that stuff. So I'm going to go to so this is and down. So I'll focus distance and the aperture, and right now up a whole lot. You can see that the stuff that is not getting backwards. So if you drag that back, combining all this stuff and making like back to this place, so then turn around it, part zoom in is sharp. Everything will get more sharp here, and then this little around with that. So that scene with a lot more stuff. You can see all of these blue layers here in between here. Not finished yet. Later on in the while everything really cool. Thank you guys for watching.
Great.
YouTube
okay,
channel.
So it didn't answer my question at all. Let's try that. Again, tutorial says a thing, After Effects says otherwise. This is ridiculous, honestly. Like, I cannot tell you why. Let's change these to linear. Change them all to Bezier. Turn on this. Okay, kind of getting somewhere. X position. Z position. Okay, definitely smooth that one out some more. Y position. See, but these all look so smooth is the problem. It's like I'm watching it back. It is not. So let's see if that changed anything at all. Holy crap. What is this? Why is it moving over there? This is almost comical. Oh my god, man. Okay, I'm going to undo until the separate dimensions thing has been undone. Okay. Linear, back to formula. Okay. Just going to save this here. Hey, Obiyama. Yeah. I am trying to I'm going to my film school in 2 weeks. Awesome. Congrats. That's awesome. Film school was a lot of fun for me. Really sorry, I'm trying to think of all this different stuff. Really, really fun time. You learn a lot. So that kind of helped, but then it's just, what is this at the start? Why do you do this? I just don't understand, man. It's so frustrating. This music kind of goes along with the mood, you know? See, look at this. Look at this. It's moving so normally and smoothly, and then just suddenly shifts and then suddenly moves. Like, why does it shift up like that, and then why is it into place? Ah! This is getting so annoying. Please, why is there not just a, like, smooth out the keyframes button? Why is there no, there's either they go from point A to point B like a connect the dots terrible pinball machine, or there is the buttons that I think will smooth it out that just make it the most horrendous thing ever. I don't get it. I'm just gonna see if there's something
smoother. Okay, you may have already known that as well, but one thing that you may not have known is how to use the graph editor to make it even smoother. So
the graph
editor. What you're gonna do is you're gonna make sure that you have position highlighted. Then you're gonna go over to the graph editor button right here, and then you see this is the graph that is basically showing how your position is changing over time. You're gonna click on this last point, and then you're gonna click on this little handle, and you're gonna move everything. First, you're gonna make sure this is as low as you can get it, right at the bottom, and then you're gonna move it to the left as much as you can, so that there's a hump that's on the left side. And then watch what that's gonna do. Press play. Ooh, that's super smooth. That's awesome. You can of course click off the graph editor if you want to see what, you know, the key.
I mean, maybe the key is to. I'm pretty much trying anything at this point, man.
It's awesome. That's gonna as much as you can. So you're gonna make a click, and then you.
Does he have them as Bezier or what?
I'm gonna actually highlight both of these keyframes. Right click. I'm gonna go to Keyframe Assistant, and I'm gonna go to Easy Ease.
Easy Ease. Okay. Nope. It moves, it stops, it goes. about you bring both down here? What in the world? Really not expecting this to work. I am just trying anything. That's worse. How is that worse? This is what I deal with to create beautiful artwork for you fine people on a regular basis. Go all the way back to changing interpolation. There we go. Okay. I'm not reanimating the Batman the Animated Series intro. I am reanimating the DC Films intro with animated versions of the characters. This is the original. And then what I'm trying to do is get smooth motion on this animated remake that we have done. And I just can't seem to do it. It just does not want to be a thing in this universe. Oh, thank you, Josiah. I appreciate it. I am finding that I apparently have limitations to my knowledge and ability with After Effects because I simply cannot figure out why the hell this cannot be done. Don't watch this during your high school class. Pay attention to class, you silly doo-doo head. See, okay. All the right things are happening. I just need the camera to smooth out. After Effects camera smooth camera movement. God, it's just gonna show me the same 5 tutorials that I've already seen. That's okay, Josiah. I appreciate it. I am really just like, I don't know. It's just very confusing. And I feel like a complete like amateur that I cannot figure this out. It should be so simple. It should be so simple. That's smoother, but it still does that little bump. You see the little bump where it just goes? I don't want that little bump. I don't. And I cannot figure out why it exists. I think before I also changed this to that. Maybe that will help. No, but see, that's the one that messes this up. God, why do you do that? So frustrating. It looks like it's doing okay for this part with Batman. This is for the DC Films intro. This is the same thing I've been working on the last week or two. And there's a bat signal at the start of that. Like, that's okay looking. I just don't... There's still like a bump there. There's definitely a bump there. Okay, I have an idea, but I don't know if it's exactly what I'm... Is this still... I think maybe what I need to do is forget about the, for God's sake, forget about the transition here and just try to change the velocity of, I just wish I understood this either. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm literally just changing numbers, thinking that I know what I'm doing. Wow, this has been quite the ridiculous time here. I'm so sorry. This is just the most frustrating thing ever. It gets faster at the end on purpose, or it changes direction is what's happening, and it looks okay right here. Like I'm not unhappy with that part. It's more this opening part that's just like, yeah, and then it just is this it starts moving. Like, why, man? Why can you not just ease your way through this? Ugh, God. I do not get it. Hey, how about you actually do what you're supposed to do? Ease out. Why do you do that? Look at this. Why does it bump down like that before going? Why doesn't it just go? Ah! Why? Why is that a thing? This is so frustrating. Holy crap, man. Yeah. I don't understand. If I just have it start like that, it just goes. That's fine. But... no, I don't get it. Why does it dip down like that? Why does it dip down before it starts? Why? Why does it do that? Okay, I think I may understand now. Undo until I bring those other keyframes back that I deleted. There we go. Okay, still not exactly what I want, but let's do like Auto Bezier. Stop, please. Please stop. My God. This is the kind of part I don't understand is why does it does set these ridiculous extra motions that I never tell it to do. I've never told it to do that. Yeah, pretty much. Somebody tell me how to do it. Yeah. I have to know. I'm just so lost. I feel so lost. It's not something I'm used to. Doing this stuff for so long. Like, oh my God, why is that a thing? Why is that happening that way? Big bump. Stop having a bump. Stop being bumpy. No? See, that's even worse. I don't know, man. Don't understand it. I don't understand it. See you later. Just yeah, I hope I figure it out too. Really, really do. Because this is getting so old. Very old. Wow. Just, I don't know. I don't understand why why. This is so frustrating. Okay, if this works, yeah, I'm going to abandon the idea that the bat signal is moving slightly at the start, and I'm just gonna, I didn't think I'd have to resort to this, but I'm just going to kind of cheat that once we get this all worked out here. So basically what I'm doing is I'm leaving this completely still at the start. I'm just having the camera start to move there for the rest, because the rest looks totally fine. It's just that bit there at the start that I hate, that would just not work with me. And what I'm going to do is when this is all done, I'm just going to pre-compose everything and just have the scale change slightly at the start. And that's all I'm going to do. So, after all of that nonsense, we have pretty close to what I wanted in the first place, minus the stupidness. What is the background here? It's a bunch of dark clouds. Let's find a dark clouds background. Stormy clouds. Yeah, go back to cells. Yeah, kind of. Honestly, sometimes I don't understand, like, technology. It should exist. It should be much better than it is sometimes. Yeah, I do like the look of animation cells. I completely get why they don't do that anymore, but it's definitely annoying. Okay, I kind of like this. The bat signal being kind of there-ish. Let's see. Gonna put you back on here real quick, just in case there's any. Yeah, there's definitely spoilers here. DC Films intro, backdrop. I will bring it into the Batman area here. Okay. While I'm thinking about it, latest donation here. Move this over a little bit so it's better centered. That's the longest name we've had on this before. Cool. Yeah, I think we passed another subscriber 100 checkpoint while on this stream. I think it was at 87,700 when we started. Okay. So the background has to be at least large enough that the like, I think I'm gonna say the position of this is gonna be the same as the background. And I'm gonna make this way bigger. Rotate it to kind of better match the. Yeah, this will be cool. Okay. Down in there. Alrighty, that is looking neato. I will add a camera lens blur to this, so it is more in the background. Though I do need to at least make it slightly farther back than the bat signal, so you can see the bat signal. There we go. Goodbye, Obiyama. Keep using traditional hand-drawn animation. Disney actually started coloring their animated films all digitally back in 1990. Yeah, I really like the look of hand-drawn animation so much better than anything. You know, there's shows like that Dragon Prince show that are and various animes that are like Batman Ninja was this way. It's sort of in between. Like hand-drawn animation and CGI. I do not like the look of that for whatever reason. Okay, so now we at least have, like, you can see that the camera motion is pretty smooth when it shifts direction there at the end. I just wish it would do that here at the start, and I can't explain it. So frustrating. Okay, so I need to definitely make this darker of a background. I'm just going to add a lumetri, exposure. Actually, I will just bring the shadows down quite a bit and the highlights down. I don't know why that's different than exposure, but it is. I'm also going to do a curves adjustment, make that even more emphasized.
Good job, Robin.
Good job, Robin. Dylan Ramos, thank you for subscribing if you're in here. Background looks very much like Mask of the Phantasm poster. Good choice. Yeah, I guess it kind of does. I mean, I just changed that a little bit. Kind of giving me a little bit of a Dark Knight Returns vibe as well. The lightning bolt and stuff like that. I guess I need to make this a little bit more rotated so that it... Oh my god, come on, man. A little more rotated so that it fits in the frame, by the end the whole time. And I might be able to make this a little bit smaller and move it over. Maybe. No, maybe not. Hello, little boy. Hello. What's the matter? It's a little unfortunate that the clouds are kind of gross this close up, but I might be able to make that a little better. Maybe not. I've just kind of added some detail into the clouds so that there is not, when it's close up like that, there's not as big of a noticeable, like, this is a really tiny image blown up. Or not really tiny, but still surprised this is still going. Yeah, it's only still going because I spent maybe like half an hour or more just trying to figure out a camera motion that I didn't figure out. No telling exactly what to do there. So anyway, as I'm watching this, the original is clearly supposed to be the bat signal on maybe like a rooftop or something, and Batman's, you know, or maybe it's just kind of floating in space here. But I'm thinking it might be almost better to have this, instead of the bat signal, be more of a... or like instead of the physical bat signal, have it be like the bat signal in the clouds. Like that could be kind of cool. Though my first thought with that is to make another cloud layer. Because I feel like that's a little more appropriate for the animated series. You saw the bat signal hitting the sky all the time. But if that's, let me see here. Let me double check something. I can't remember if the bat signal in the sky is wider than this or not. I want new Batman adventures. If any of you haven't been to the world's finest website, you got to check it out. This is a DCAU plethora of knowledge, interviews with people, screenshots of every episode. This is DCAnimated.com. I think it's the end of Old Wounds that we see it in the sky. Yes. And yes, indeed. Okay, so it is a little bit wider. So I'm going to select all of these. Oopsie. Select all of these. I'm going to do like so. I'm also probably going to I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to, so the behind one now I will, yeah, white and white. I will make the, this is the behind one. I'm going to turn off the top one just so I'm not confusing myself. I'm going to make, let me see here. Add, subtract. Or maybe, oh no, that, I see what's going on. Okay. This one is that's subtract. Sweet. Okay. And I want this to be a very bright kind of yellow. Oh yeah, this is gonna look sick. What is it? Kind of a, oops, not Premiere. Hang on a second. I accidentally opened Premiere. And that's definitely gonna have spoilers pop up when it opens. So I'll let it open. The video will still be up tomorrow. No. Oh, you mean this video, will it be up for you to watch tomorrow? I keep these on unlisted after they're done so they don't stay up on the channel and mess with the algorithm. But you should still be able to access your notification for the stream and still watch it. You study After Effects. Well, good luck with that part because I've had a lot of issues with After Effects today. What I was trying to do was look at, so there's very pale yellow. Cool. Do that. I can now delete the top one. And I'm not really sure why motion blur doesn't seem to be really working. Like, it's not really doing anything there. But maybe I'm just crazy. I don't know. Is it working at the end? Yeah, I guess it is. I guess I need to just try to set this to a higher shutter. Which should add more motion blur. But actually, I might not want to do that because by the time it gets translated into what was it at 180, I think? Into 24 frames a second, it should be okay. Okay, so let's see what this looks if I do this like on add or something. Maybe color dodge. Classic color dodge. Difference. That's interesting. Classic difference. Exclusion. Subtract. Nope. Divide. Nope. Keep it on add. But I will feather the mask, or I'll just kind of add a blur to this. Really? Oh. I see. Oh boy. I think I drove it insane just now. Okay. Let me close After Effects. I think it's having some trouble there with the fact that I have OBS running for the stream and After Effects at the same time, and it doesn't like that sometimes. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, even it looks like the bat signal is that way no matter what the show is. It's always the original logo. All right, sorry about that. I'm gonna try this just to see. Okay, then I'm gonna add a glow. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay, I think on this background image, I want to add a vignette. Just kind of experimenting here with how that'll look. I wish it was doing more to over here than to over there. You're right. You know, red sky makes a lot more sense. Let's try it. We've already messed with the backgrounds of other stuff. Okay, before we move too much further, let me pause for just a second. Something is going on in my house with people coming and going, and I need to know what's happening, so just a second. Okay, hello. I don't have a ton of time left, it turns out, to work on this. So if we don't get this done today, I apologize that I had that little hiccup in the middle there. I really wish I could figure out why. Like, it seems like such a simple thing, but I don't know. I'll just have to kind of cheat my way through that part. But regardless, I think I have a few things that are going to make this really shine here. First of all, I'm going to change the opacity of this whole thing to maybe 90. Nope, that's not exactly what I want. I'm going to do like a dealio on top here. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Just to kind of give it a bit of texture. Also, my computer is having a really hard time handling the streaming software and the After Effects at the same time. So the quicker I can get through like this, the better. So first of all, we have our camera motion, and in the original, the background is pretty, like, it feels like the whole thing is pretty dark until, so I'm thinking I'm going to simulate that by having the background, like, the red background, not come in and, like, not be fully, visible until, with the camera starts moving away. So I'm gonna keyframe the opacity maybe about here. I will have the have it be fully visible, and here I'll have it be not, so it's just black. So as the camera starts moving back, the sky kind of turns on, I suppose you could say. Maybe I'll wait till Batman is fully revealed here before it's completely there. So I'm liking this so far. I think maybe I need to brighten the sky just a little bit. I saw you guys talking in the chat about it maybe being a little too dark. I did like the way it looked like the Mask of the Phantasm thing at first, but I do think that the red needs to be there now that Matthew mentioned it. It will look a lot cooler. We have kind of a light ray going on there as well. So I think I'm going to add that to that. Where is it? This one. Just here and here, and that will but I want it to intersect, which I think is what I want. Okay, got it. That's actually, nope, that's not what I want. First, I want it to be about there. And then this one to be about here. Oh, come on, mouse. I always love this track. This played at the end of the Fatal 5 Willet Cannon. Just a personal favorite, I guess. It's during the like wrap up of the video. It's just kind of a fun thing. Okay, so if I hopefully that will only change the opacity of that one. Yes, okay. Bring it down quite a bit. And I'm going to also feather. Hopefully I can just put this after that and this should work. Yes. Okay, sweet. Okay, so not quite done with this yet, but here we have like a much bright, like this is gargantuan. There's no way that this would actually be the size of the bat signal in the sky. This is an exaggeration, I guess. Like, look at the buildings. Where is this football field sized bat signal? Who knows? But I'm going to feather the... Oh, come on. Can I not do it unless I've turned the feathering on already? Come on, man. This one right here. Oh, no, it's this that I want, isn't it? There we go. There we go. Okay. So feather this way the heck down. Oh my god. This is so annoying. After Effects, please work. We need to juice this thing up so Batman can see it better. Yeah, he needs to be able to see it from every angle of the sit, no matter where he's at, I suppose. Makes sense. Maybe I need to add one more point here. Is that how this is going to work? Oh, for God's sake. Come on. Not exactly what I was going for. I think instead of doing it this way, yeah, okay. So I'm going to undo all of these different feathering changes. Yes, I am. The bat satellite, yeah. Actually, an orbit. Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. Get rid of all these little feathering points. Go away. Turns out it's not what I wanted. Okay. Seeing only this. Okay, so I'm going to cut this away. I'm going to duplicate this layer, and on the behind one, going to paste it and turn off all these other ones. So this is just the beam, and this is just everything else. Cool. And now I will do another mask here that is getting rid of a chunk. I'm trying to emulate what we see in that screenshot there, which is subtract. So I have now chopped it, theoretically, as soon as it shows me. There we go. But then I'm going to change the feather to like 400. Take your time, computer. Don't worry. Nobody's watching me do this or anything weird like that. Oh, man, really? Okay, let's do 2,000. I wonder how are you doing to draw all of the heroes in the end bit or reuse stuff from the beginning of the JLU intro? I have years and years worth of collected model sheet style art of DCAU characters that we are going to sprinkle around. And that's the idea anyway. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm going to do maybe like 3,000. Just give it a little bit more feathering here. But yeah, we're definitely getting to that part a different day. There's no way. Okay. Looking kind of cool. I'm going to make this opacity maybe like 75%. Oh yeah, I forgot Teen Titans Go to the Movies did that. They stole my idea. Okay, so now let's turn these off, or turn the soloed layer off. So we have a full bat signal dealio going on here. So that's coming in. While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to do a couple of things. One is a glow, stylize glow. Set that way higher. Cool. And then I also probably need to make this maybe like 50 or something. Yeah. So this is with the glow off, glow on. That way when Batman is here, the glow is now also helping the bat signal kind of shine behind him. But I am going to change this to, I don't want Batman to glow at all. And I want this to be maybe this much. Okay. Oh, ending this year. I didn't know that. Interesting. Okay, I need to make Batman. I need to it looks so ridiculous there at the start. I need to copy the Superman, or like, I guess I could copy the Wonder Woman stuff here. Skin. There we go. Oops. Head. There we go. Skin. Okay. Blue. I'm going to... Actually, I'm not going to touch the blue. Maybe I won't touch that either. That's the head. Body. Let's do the gray. Bring that up maybe about there. Blue I'll leave untouched. Belt. No. Belt. Cool. Okay. Body texture. What is that? Oh, I see. It's those lines. Okay. Cape back. I think Batman's gonna be a little, well, I'll do this first and then I'll paste the other colors and whatnot in and see what happens here. Cape. Let's try that. And then I'm gonna have to go to the body on the gray. I'll copy the gray to the gray. I will copy the and I guess I'll just copy to the blue also. See how that looks. Okay. Maybe the gray is too contrasty, too blue. It's a little better, but I'll see what that looks like here in a second, because I also need to copy all of these things to the Batman animation. And to the battering. Maybe for the battering, I will bring down this a little bit more so that it's a little bit more separated from Batman. Yeah. Maybe in general, I might just bring that down a little bit more. The glow I need to maybe make be a little bit less large. Okay, we had duplicated the Batman, or the each thing here. This had a 25, and then what do I have here? 25. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. 25 screen and 25. Also going to duplicate the battering. 25 screen and 25. Maybe I'll have that actually be like 50%, maybe even 100%. So that the battering is like really like more of a focus, I guess. But yeah, now that I can see that, I'll definitely make the gray a little brighter. See if that makes it a little better there. Okay, so that was 10 on the brightness. And then the skin really needs to be darker. Like almost not visible in the silhouette here. Bring it up a little bit. See, it's too much already. Thank you, Nipsman. Just bring it up just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit more. I think I'll bring up the gray a little bit more or bring down the gray. Whoops. 5. God, it's just that little 68. Just want to barely see his face. That might be good. The eye glow is a little intense, so maybe I'll bring this to like 10%. Okay, and the only thing that I think I don't necessarily love about the way this looks is the hue of Batman. So, like, I think I might try something here. Maybe I went the wrong direction. I think what I'm meaning to do here is this. Bringing up the reds some. So he kind of blends better with his environment. Not that much. It's a little too pink. Yeah, they were actually, Nick. When we interviewed Dan Reba, he talked to us about how the animation companies were struggling to get the models right on Batman, at least, and so they kind of redid all the models just to make sure it was across the board, you know, easier for everybody, and made it more like obvious for the animation companies of what Batman was like definitely supposed to look like. BTAS was done by more than 2 animation studios. Several. I don't know how many exactly, but we're going through every episode on our podcast, Jump on the Batwagon, and every time I list which animation company did the episode, and it's always a bit of a surprise how many there are. There's, off the top of my head, Dong Yang, Sunrise, ACOM, Tokyo Movie Shinsha, or TMS, Blue Pencil. I don't think we get Coco until Justice League, but I could be wrong. But yeah, there's a bunch. There might be more than I just said even. Okay, so on our full intro here, that's our Wonder Woman one. That's our Batman one. I'm pretty good with that. Okay, so I think when we add the inevitable wow, camera noise to the end of all this, it'll really lock it all together. I'm going to do one more layer here of clouds between Batman and the bat signal. So if we look at it from the top, camera is this triangle thing. This is a top-down bird's eye view of our scene. Batman is this horizontal line right here. The bat signal is this horizontal line right here. So I want to make a something in between them, a solid that's going to be 3D, and I'm going to give it the position of the bat signal to start with, and then I'm going to move it between them, about halfway in between. Now if I look back at the thing, I should have a black background. Cool. So I want to do a turbulent noise. Actually, I'm just going to copy the one that I put on here. Copy, paste. And I will set it to multiply. Until the computer catches up. Weird. I should be seeing clouds. Not sure why I don't. Yeah, see the cameras passing through. Okay, it just was taking a minute to catch up, of course. Put this at like 10%. Just want a little bit of parallax there. I should be seeing some cloud, a little bit of cloud movement as the camera moves. The dotted eyes thing, I just assume is probably one of those. Just the animation studio weren't interpreting the model the way they were supposed to be, and so that's probably one of the reasons why they created a new model. Hi, Mr. I Love the Ants. The Adventures of Batman and Robin episodes would have to be one of my favorite looks for DCAU Batman that probably doesn't get talked about as much when those episodes are grouped with recipe tests. Yeah, they really locked it in, especially like Sub-Zero. Definitely the best look, I think. Oh, thank you for subscribing. That's very nice of you. Should subscribe on YouTube as well if you haven't. YouTube.com/Watchtower Database. That's our YouTube channel that we are always doing stuff on. I guess I wish I could see this better, the effect I was going for here with this. Maybe it'll work better if I have it like right behind Batman. No, it's not what I wanted to do, actually. Well, maybe that's not going to be a thing, and that's okay. I don't think it necessarily needs that. It was just a little bit of an extra effect I was trying to do there. The last thing that needs to happen here is for the bat signal to kind of come on in the first place. So for starters, let me see where the first time I can see the ray of light coming off of this. Didn't Bruce have those dotted Superman eyes in Sub-Zero? That's true, he did. I definitely prefer Bruce with blue eyes. Yeah, the beady eyes look better on Superman. But yeah. Okay, so I guess first I'm going to turn this back one off. I'm going to duplicate this and have it be, I'm going to do where is the effects here? Opacity flash. Make Bruce look wiser. Maybe. I think that's personal opinion, I suppose. I'm going to make this... I'm going to keyframe these. So let's see, where does the camera start moving? So as soon as the camera starts moving is where I want it to stop flashing. So to start with, I'm going to make it like chance of flashing 100%, nervousness 100, or I guess way up there. And then when we get to here, nervousness is 0. Yes, okay, computer. Let's just see what that looks like by itself. Yeah, I think the best look for Bruce Wayne is in star-crossed, where he has his little... It's his new Batman Adventures look, but he's got like a little tuft of hair kind of coming down. And I believe he's got the blue eyes there. I'm very confused about something here. My computer is really having some trouble with this. Okay, so I believe we've run into a problem with running OBS and this at the same time. It's really not enjoying trying to do so many effects at once with OBS running at the same time, which is too bad because I really want to show you guys what I'm doing. But, like, as you can maybe see, I have hit play on this, and it is just sitting here trying to show me one frame of it. The stream is not going to be reposted on Pod Tower. These are kind of more exclusive ones, these ones with me working on the effects. But you should be able to follow the notification on your YouTube app or Twitch app. Although I guess you're on Twitch, so yes, these will still be there over on Twitch. On YouTube, they get put on unlisted. Like, yeah, for God's sake thing. It's not even attempting to render this frame. So, don't really know what else to say here. What I could try is closing OBS, like restarting the stream, because it didn't start doing that till recently. Like, it was doing fine. But I don't know. Having a hard time with this one. Let me try, well, let me see real quick, like, if my computer is just, like, out of memory. Not really. Like, it's in the red, but it's still got 26 gigabytes. I'm just checking a couple things here to see if I can change any settings. Yeah, please decrease your rendering resolution, close applications that may be using GPU resources, such as OBS, or set this project to render effects using work. Yeah, okay. Let's try it half resolution. All right, yeah. I think we've reached our limit, folks. I'm sorry about this. Was not expecting that to be an issue because of my supercomputer here. But we may be stuck. I may not be able to show you like anything that's going on. I think the computer has kind of given up. Sorry about that. I'm sorry, this entire stream today has been a little bit of a roller coaster. But thanks for sticking around with me. I guess this is it. I wish I could show you the full intro again at least one more time, but I think After Effects has just kind of given up until I close OBS. I don't want to say that I'll stop OBS and then reopen it because that might not work. So, hopefully, I will be doing another stream to work on the ending of this, but if we run into this again, you'll just have to wait till the story finale comes out to see it, and I'll just have to work on it without streaming it. Which is a bummer, but I guess I should have expected that with how much of a toll After Effects alone takes on the computer, and then trying to do a 60 frames a second. Like, you can already see there's lag going on, the whole thing. I'm going to close After Effects, just give it a little bit of a rest. Oh, that should tell you how tired After Effects was. It almost always does not close when I hit close these days. I hit close and then I have to do a Control-Alt-Delete to like force quit. Force quit. That time I just hit close and went, oh, thank God. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't have to be here anymore. Oh, goodbye. So, everyone that joined me today for the last 5 hours or however long that you might have been here, thanks. I appreciate it always. It's fun to hang out. And if I can't make this work for finishing up Batman later and or the ending with the logo and everything, just make sure you tune in for the story finale video, Batman and Harley Quinn, Will It Canon, coming very soon. I don't want to say the date yet because it might get shifted a little bit, and I don't want to promise anything yet. But keep an eye out for the trailer. Once I have this intro done, and I have some other aspects of the video going between me and our other editor, Connor, then I will have a much better confidence in like, okay, it's coming out on this day, and you'll get to see the trailer. So, goodbye, 13 people that are left from our 30-something we started with. I love you all. See you next time. Goodbye.
Showtime, everybody!
Engagement.
They can talk all they like.
That means everything.
Don't forget that.
You heard it, folks!